Hello, everyone. This is Lon Lily with another special episode of the Loncast, Loncast episode 6, and we're going to be focusing in on something that I consider myself somewhat of a specialist in, and that is going to be commentary. And of course, I have a wonderful commentary commentator with me here in the Discord call. I guess with what we're going for, it's a bit of a commentary booth. But why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, gamers? Or I guess what you have all heard me say a million times by now. What's up? What's good? What's cracking? My name is CrakinAtkins. But hey, yeah, it's CrakinAtkins. I'm really hyped to be here. I think what's also cool and kind of like a full circle moment of being here is that I previously had a podcast. I had the CrakinAtkins podcast, and you were the first guest I ever had on the podcast alongside Yo Face Scrub. This was like 4 years ago. So it's cool to 4 years later kind of come full circle and be on the Loncast.
Yeah, definitely. I was really excited to have you, and there's a very specific reason I chose you. As far as I know, and I should know this because it retains to me, but like you were one of the first people I ever got to commentate with, and in some ways, like you kind of like inadvertently like mentored me on a lot of things. So, and especially too, I think it's hard to say because it's been such a long time, but I want to say in terms of amount of times I've commentated tournaments with, you probably have the most.
Yeah, I think even to this day, you're the commentary partner I've commentated with the most. The only person who could even come close is like maybe Paul, and that's because like I'm bringing like our offline local into the mix that we run like every month and usually like or we used to run it like bi-weekly as well. Um, but I still think I think you're the commentary partner I've commentated with the most because it was like, dude, back in like the 2020, 2021, 2022 time frame, it was like almost every week, man. So yeah.
Yeah, like just straight up, like WNF was the pretty much like where we both kind of stem from when it comes to our, I guess like extraneous BB tag careers, like outside of just being players of BB tag, like that's where we really got started, and that is one of the topics that I wanted to start us off with. So that's a good segue, but like yeah, just where we came from when it came to maybe fighting games, and commentary, like especially, and I think um a lot of people who've watched your podcast and like know a lot about you probably know that story, but I don't know if I've ever actually talked about mine in depth. But since you're my guest, and even though you've probably yapped about it a couple times, like why don't you explain some of your like fighting game history and how you got into commentary?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to. I think it's funny. Uh, People that have been embedded and like around the net play BB tag scene as long as we have, probably know a lot of my history, but I feel like, just through newer players in the scene or other scenes that I've gotten to get to know even within like the past couple of years, it's crazy how like the scene is still growing in some instances and getting new players or returning players and things of that sort. There are still some people that think my first game was BB Tag, and like that's fine. But yeah, to kind of give a oh man, just like an overview of fighting games. I mean, like I've been playing. I've been playing fighting games all my life. Essentially, like I won't go into like the full like origins of my childhood, but just to kind of give like the brief introduction. Like I have a brother who's there's like 11-year gap between us. So obviously, when we were younger, I couldn't make a choice of what games I wanted to play. I didn't
Hmm.
even know what games existed. I just played everything that he played. And he brought a lot of fighting games to the house. We played like we had Tekken 3, we had Mortal Kombat, and then like just any fighting games that he brought in. That's like what I played. Eventually, with us being an 11-year gap, he turned 18. I was like 7. He graduated high school and went to the military. And so, what was unique about this time frame? And it was like the first time that I had a like choice of like what games I wanted. But then my parents realized that like I don't really have any outlets to like learn about video games because I was just playing whatever my brother played. So I would get bored of my games. They're just like, "What do you want?" I'm like, I don't know. So like,
Or it's like, what the, just play whatever, man.
yeah, it's just like I don't know. So they started getting me like gaming magazines, and around this time, this was like the early 2000s. Like G4 was a channel that was on TV. I'd like go through that. So I ended up playing a lot of different video games in my youth, from like this time frame, I'm like 7 or 8 years old, all the way up until like high school and college. But the constant thing that I thought was so cool was just like fighting games, man. Like
Hmm.
part of it was like I always wanted to get good enough to beat my brother, because my brother would beat my ass, man. Like he was
Hmm.
like, yeah, he was relentless. I was a sore loser in like everything in my youth, like beyond fighting games. Um, but one of the family games was like Mario Kart, and like I could get lucky and just like win a couple of games of Mario Kart here and there because it's Mario Kart, right? But like
Hmm.
fighting games, there's just like a barrier, and I'm just like, dude, how do I beat him? Like I don't understand. So, um, that was a big drive of like me wanting to like keep playing fighting games and learning fighting games, was initially just to like learn how to beat my brother.
Hmm.
Um, eventually I learned how to do that. And, like that was cool. Like when he came, like when he came home one time, we played. I was like, oh, this fighting game stuff is kind of cool. But I knew nothing about like fighting game tournaments until my senior year of high school. By
Hmm.
this time, I'm playing like online fighting games. At the time, it's like Tekken 6 and Soul Calibur 4 and Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition. And I had met like some friends through like online fighting games and stuff. And so um, they were talking about Evo. And I'm just like, what the hell is Evo? They're just like, you know what Evo is? And so um, that was kind of like my exposure to learning more about the fighting game community. I'll never forget like the first Evo I watched. It was um it was I think the last year of AE 2012, where there was like a Hakan counter pick in Street Fighter, which was just like unheard of, and it was just crazy. I was just watching. I was just like, I can't believe that like all these people are gathered here to play fighting games. This is so sick. How do I do this?
Hmm.
Um, so shortly after that, I went to college, and I didn't really know where to look, but I started looking up places, or like trying to figure out where I could go to play fighting games. I learned about Wednesday Night Fights during this time. This is like 2012. Only issue is I'm a broke college student and I don't have a car,
Uh-huh.
so I
Yeah.
can't go to Wednesday Night Fights. But I did learn about my college club that had fighting games there, and so
Hmm.
yeah, that's essentially that was my local, was that college club in a sense for the first couple years or so.
Hmm.
And then we started going to locals in the area, mostly local to like yeah, mostly local to my college. And then we started going to WNF and things of that sort. So on and on and on. That's about how I learned about fighting games. There's like way more history, but I don't want to give like the expanded history lesson. I'll do a little bit of like a time skip to BBTAG, right? Because
Hmm.
BBTAG is one of my favorite video games of all time. So BBTAG came out, and yeah, I just loved the game. It was like one of the first, like our fighting game group always had this thing of like we played like everything. Um, we were mostly Street Fighter oriented. I was more so Tekken oriented at the time, but we would try like every game. But
Hmm.
after trying BB Tag, I was just in like a mindset of just like, dude, I just want to like keep playing this game. Like this game is like so sick.
Hmm.
Um, so it was like one of the first ever games that I got like really competent in, right? When we would go to locals, I would go like 0 and 2 or 1 and 2 most of the time. I did have some pretty like good performances in very, very late Ultra Street Fighter 4 and certain periods of Street Fighter 5, but I'm mostly like a resident 0 2 or 1 or 2er. And then, yeah, I learned BB tag quite a bit. I was not going 0 and 2 and 1 and 2 at locals. I never won an offline one, but I've been close. I've been close. Our scene is quite stacked. um,
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, what is interesting about this time frame, so we're talking like 2018, 2019 BB tag, is that I was around a lot of people that your listeners may be familiar with, like Master Chief, Ready 30, Alukanen, Kiyomi, Masive, Glenn, like all these people, like we're all going to the same locals. But
Hmm.
if you were to ask them any stories about me from that era or like the offline era, they would not really have any because I was very antisocial. um, which yeah, I just kind of showed up and like played the video game and like left.
Hmm.
I did not really interact with a lot of people. I don't really know why. I was just like, I guess, kind of shy and like in my own bubble. I wanted to play the game. I thought the scene was cool, but I just didn't like not really know how to like interact with people like that.
Hmm.
The people I interacted with the most were Kiyomi and Masive because we lived in the same city. And so they
Hmm.
would sometimes come over to like our local things, and so like I was definitely comfortable around them. But everybody else, I just like did not interact with like that. So 2020 was a thing.
It, it feels so long ago, and 5 years is not a long amount of time, but it feels like decades.
Yes, yes. 2020 was a thing. Now, the thing about 2020, me and Paul, who I'm probably going to be mentioning a lot throughout this podcast, I should tell like people vaguely who Paul is. Paul is my partner in crime. We run or we founded Plus Frames GG, which is like a tournament organization, production, everything, like organization that hosts tournaments, like offline and online, um, produce content, all this stuff. So like if I mentioned Paul, it's Plus Frame GG Paul. That's who I'm referencing. But me and Paul had started running offline locals out of his garage.
Oh,
Um, yeah, like
damn.
it was called Riverside Riot. You can ask Kiyomi and Masive; they're definitely familiar with it. It was kind of sus because like this was literally like out of his garage, like at his house. So we had like a Start GG page, but there's no address. And, like on the registration, it's like DM like CrakinAtkins or Paul Lay for the location because we didn't want just like his house on the internet. Even though we're like still kind of putting his house on the like a vetting process, like you have to DM. It's like a speakeasy tournament, like
Yeah, the tournament that comes with the docs, like.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So it's like a very I don't know. It was a very funny time of running this very public but kind of private tournaments. But that's when I had actually started commentating. Is when we were doing those offline tournaments, and it wasn't even like it was just like we had a mic and we had a stream station, and like somebody had to say words. So I was
Hmm.
just like going up and like saying words whenever I wasn't playing, but everybody was kind of going up and saying words when they weren't playing. It wasn't like a thing of like having like a dedicated commentator. We were just kind of like shooting the shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, so that was like kind of like my first exposure to commentary. I didn't really think anything of it at the time. It was just saying words, man. Um, so I say that to say we were doing that for a couple of months, and then obviously we had to stop because the pandemic hit.
Hmm.
So um, once the pandemic hit, I actually was not playing a lot of BB tag at this time. I had like some life circumstances happen that pulled me away from fighting games quite a bit right before the pandemic had started as well.
Hmm.
So yeah, I was playing a lot of Smash Ultimate
Oh God.
and Call of Duty. That's actually what I was playing like a lot, like right before the pandemic. Um, but yeah, once the pandemic hit, I found myself wanting to play fighting games more. I don't know why. Everything was on delay based netcode,
Oh
but
God. Can you just a quick side take? Can you believe we played on rollback? Like, I mean, you. I'll get this in more like when I talk about my history. But you guys were playing on rollback for like 4 years, I think.
it's crazy, dude. Like, in fact, I mean, like, if you really think about it, BB Tag is now in a spot where it's had rollback for longer than it hasn't had rollback.
Yeah.
Which
Just
is really crazy to think about.
I feel so just old just hearing and thinking about that, but it's true.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, I wanted to get back into fighting games. I started re-engaging with BBTAG again. Um, and yeah, this is when WNF had transitioned into an online format. I was entering those every week because it was something to do. I'm cooped up in my apartment and I have nothing to do anyways. I'm like, cool, this is something I can do every week.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, there was one night that E30 and Master Chief had asked for like commentary. Uh, I can't remember if I commentated and played, but like it seemed like that they like really needed some help. And I was just like, I'll do it, whatever. Like,
Hmm.
just to kind of like help out. And so, um, I was commentating out of like cheap Dollar Tree earbuds.
Hmm.
So my voice quality was notoriously very bad. Um, but people liked the commentary. People liked the commentary, even though it was like sometimes absolutely incoherent, unintelligible, because I was very loud and very just sometimes hard to understand. But even through all the chaos that was early CrakinAtkins commentary, people thought it was neat. So I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. So um, started doing it more around this time. Guzman Gaming, shout outs to Guzman one time, started hosting his BBTAG and Chill series. Um, and I pretty much became like, I want to say like a dedicated commentator for that. I was commentating that constantly because I would still sometimes enter WNF, and if
Hmm.
I entered WNF, I wouldn't always commentate. Sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. But like I think I commentated basically every or close to every BB tag and chill and every PC tag and chill.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, I mean, big shout outs to like uh, WNF crew, uh, 830 Master Chief and Guzman because they kind of set the foundation for me getting into commentary. And yeah, I was having a lot of fun with it. It made me I don't know, it's just like something different. It forced me to like uh really understand the game at a deeper level
Hmm.
and explain why people are doing the things that they do and learn things in the process because I'm a very when it comes well, I've changed a lot now, but I think back during this time frame and before I was a very play by feel player.
Hmm.
I was not a labber or not like um couldn't really explain a lot of my intentions behind a lot of my actions. I just kind of did what worked.
Hmm.
There's some elements of that that's sort of true today, but like not even not even close. Like I'm definitely a lot more studious and really asking questions and trying to like find answers to like a lot of things. But like back then, I'm just like, does it work? I'm gonna do it. Like,
Yeah. I mean, hey, we're both SoCal. I get it. That's just the vibe here.
right. Um, but yeah, that was a bit of how like I got into commentary. There's a lot of other like BB Tag and Chill and Wednesday Night Fights is how I started. Um, but there are a lot of different online tournaments back during this time. Some that like are no longer with us, but like we had like Tag in Battle, Untamed Gaming, Ronin Rumble. So I would just commentate for anybody that would have me.
Hmm.
I mean, I was commentating at least one tournament a week for sure, but I was like on the heavy grind where sometimes I would commentate 2 or 3 or 4 tournaments a week. um,
Hmm.
it was just, I don't know, it was just something to do. Um, and yeah, it just made me love the game more. And that was basically my foundation. I don't know how much deeper I should get into like my commentary story because it stems off from there and like offline stuff. I don't know how deep you want me to go.
I mean, like, I think if you think it'll be relevant, then like, go feel free to. If like you want to maybe save it for later, that's also cool too. It's up to you. You know, you're the guest here.
Sure, yeah. I mean, like, I guess I guess the story from here is like, so I am doing BBTAG commentary a lot. Like I'm
Hmm.
doing it like multiple times a week. And I know that like, well, I hope that at the time the pandemic is not going to last forever.
Oh
Um
God, I don't. I couldn't last another year probably.
it was nuts, man. But yeah, like during that time in grinding commentary, I was just like, this is really something I would love to maintain once offline tournaments come back.
Hmm.
And I'd really like to pursue some, offline commentary positions when those exist. So yeah, I tried. Yeah, as early as CEO 2021, I tried applying for some positions, but that's when I learned that this commentary stuff is hard, man. If you're
Uh,
trying to like do if you're trying to do an offline like event, like a major or even like some regionals, like it turns out there's a lot of people that like commentate, and the world doesn't revolve around just you.
yeah.
So that was a lesson to learn. But around this time, it's definitely worth mentioning. Around this time, Melty Blood Type Lumina had also just came out,
Hmm.
which is a game I was vaguely interested at first and formed an opinion about that I will not share on this podcast after playing it for about a month. But but what I will say about that game is we started hosting monthly, bi-weekly. I don't know. We started hosting a consistent tournament series for Multi Blood Type Mina called Heatwave. Um,
Hmm.
and no matter what my opinions were on the game, I became very knowledgeable about it
Hmm.
uh, because we were just hosting these constant tournaments. And this was during a time where there was like not a lot of Type of Mina tournaments going on at all. It was like us and WASD. Shout outs to WASD one time. And PSA, the main server, would host some events and exhibitions from time to time. This was before their circuit.
Hmm.
And like that was it. It was pretty barren. So um that opened up a lot of opportunities for me to get more experience, and in turn just because like the commentator pool was like pretty shallow at that point, it did also allow for me to get some pretty decent offline opportunities.
Hmm.
um I think it allowed for me to get my first offline opportunity when I went to Winter Showdown in Colorado. Melty was something I was able to commentate alongside Grand Blue and maybe Guilty Gear Strive. But um, yeah, getting that offline commentary experience kind of helped a lot in opening the door for me to apply to other stuff. And the real like difference maker commentary position that I am eternally grateful for, because I think I think this was the linchpin. This is like the turning point moment. Because without this commentary position, I'm not saying that I never would have like been able to do more positions, but this is definitely what opened up the door. Was Evo 2022? It was Evo 2022 Vortex Gallery.
Hmm.
Um, G Tech was organizing the BB Tag tournament. And due to that, I was able to get like a BB Tag commentary position. At like, I mean, it's evil. It's a side tournament, but like it's evil. So like, I can like then use that on commentary roll footage to be like, hey, I've commentated evil, and then like, dude, it was just like that. It was just like the absolute broken like commentary reel buff for a very long time. So I'm still super appreciative to G Tech to this day for that position. I don't know if he knows how big of an impact that had on my commentary applications from there on out, but
Yeah, he might know now.
yeah. But yeah, it's always been about. I mean, commentary for me. At first, it started about like learning more about the game and establishing a deeper love for the game, and I think nowadays for me, it's kind of. I mean, it sounds cheesy as hell, but like I guess it's kind of like for learning more about like myself and like learning more about people. Um, my early commentary is so chaotic.
Hmm.
And I still carry those elements to my commentary today because that's just my personality. Like that, I'm just a pretty silly person. Um, but I think in my early days of commentary, I would use comedy and a lot of chaotic nature to fill in the gaps for lack of game knowledge.
Hmm.
Whereas now, like, I really care about this shit. I'm really looking at the game and like I'm really like understanding things that are going on and wanting to relate to the viewer. And um of course there's still gonna be opportunities for like comedy and like my personality to seep through. I'm not like a robot, but there's a huge difference I feel in listening to commentary positions I do now in comparison to 4 years ago, you know?
Yeah, like definitely. There's just been so much I think that has changed with like well, like everybody in the past couple of years. Like for better or for worse, the pandemic like changed people. It most definitely like changed me. Like the fact that I'm even a commentator at all, I think is like if I told my high school, middle school self like what I would be doing now, I think they would probably say it was crazy because like I was also in a lot of ways I still kind of am like a really like shy, socially awkward person, but I have this weird fascination with just discussing things. I
Yeah,
really like talking I like talking to people. Maybe not talking like well, I'm gonna phrase this in a way that sounds weird, but like I like talking to people, not necessarily like talking with people. I mean, obviously this is an exception, but
mhm.
like by and by, like it's really awkward for me even nowadays to like strike up a conversation with somebody. But like if I'm like just sharing my thoughts like with the class or like just sharing my thoughts or opinions with a group of people, I feel like at home doing that, and that's I think that for a lot of that for me was thanks to just how much I ended up commentating because God, it's like 2 or 3 years every single week. I don't want to do the math on how many times I commentated in those periods, but a lot of those like nerves that I used to have are just like disappeared. Like to just kind of go into like my history just a little bit. Like
Yeah.
I never really got into like fighting games up until BBTAG, and like I'll say something like somewhat controversial, but Smash kind of counts as a fighting game, right?
It does. It
Yeah,
does. I'm
yeah.
counting it.
Okay. It's a safe place. We can talk about the Smash game, but like, um, in a lot of ways, yours and mine histories are very different. But like, obviously, since we're here, it's like they intersect in a couple ways because um my history with video games has always mostly been like single player experiences. Like my first ever console was a Nintendo DS, and I think that's also another thing I should bring up. There, like, without like bringing up our exact ages, but we have a pretty significant age gap between us.
Yeah.
Like almost a decade, and like it's just kind of crazy to think about how different our formulative experiences are because I kind of grew up in that weird era where video games were becoming more mainstream, but you were still like kind of considered an awkward nerd for liking them. It was that weird purgatory area where it wasn't a totally niche like activity, but it also was still considered like a bit of a counter like kind of countercultural activity, which is super different from now how it is nowadays. Like there's still
Mhm.
some degrees of like, oh, it's what the nerds do, but like there's a video game in everyone's pocket nowadays. But yeah, side tangent aside, um, like because I grew up in that era and just because of my hobbies, I always just kind of naturally gravitated towards single player experiences. And the only really multiplayer game that I ended up really engaging with was Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And I
Let's
played,
go.
yeah, I love that game despite all its flaws. But Yeah, I played that with my cousins and my younger brother, but even then I didn't play with them all too much because like I don't know if it was just me being too shy asking or it was just I was more interested in it than they were type of deal, so I just kind of like I kind of just sat in my own bubble, but like yeah. Because of that affinity towards Super Smash Bros. When I got into middle school and kind of my formative years in high school, the 3DS came out and then Smash 4 came out. So I played a ton of Smash 4 with my friends. Um, I had I had basically who ended up kind of being my training partner. His name was James. Like I would pretty much play Smash Bros with him every single school day. Like I kid you not, like every single day. And what was interesting was that I never played with anyone else but him. um and as a result, like um I never really got the experience of having like a local scene too much up until high school, where I did end up joining like a couple Smash clubs. They were kind of small, not super well knit or anything, but they were fun. But they weren't anything like super that stuck with me as like I think like with how you did when you went to your first local and like that really stuck with you. It didn't really stick with me like that. I would go to them. There was a local at my library for Smash Bros that I would go to with my friend James, but like I only went there because he was there too, and like I thought it was just a neat little thing. But it was at this local where I did get my first exposure to anime fighters. Of course, like at the time I knew about the Mortal Kombat, like Street Fighter, um just another thing about it, I didn't even know about Tekken. I didn't know about KOF. What other like mainstream or like quote unquote popular fighting games am I missing?
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
like at that time, it was basically. I mean, I mean, if you want to keep it a buck, at that time, the popular fighting games are Street Fighter and Marvel 3. And then, like, below that, then it's like Tekken and like KOF and NRS stuff.
mhm.
And then below that, it's anime. But like Street Fighter 4 and like slash Street Fighter 5 and Ultimate Marvel 3 were like, yeah, those were the fighting games at the time.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that because Marvel 3 was one of those games that I did get to play at that library local. I really like that. Unfortunately, like I tried getting into it, but like, oh, that game is so hard, especially for somebody who never had experience playing like any traditional fighter. Now Marvel is one of the probably craziest games to like learn like to be one of your first 2D fighters. I'll tell you what. Um
I have a slightly off-topic question that doesn't need to go into a full tangent. You can just say yes or no, but I'm curious about this for research.
mhm.
Um, were you a Phoenix Wright player?
Yes.
Oh my god! All right, I'm sorry, but there is a huge correlation between BBTAG players that like the BBTAG was like one of their first fighting games, and being Phoenix Wright players in Ultimate Marvel 3. There's like 5 people I know that fit that exact description.
Oh
I don't know what
god.
the correlation is, but like it's a thing, dude. It's a
Yeah.
thing.
Like without going too much in a tangent, I picked Phoenix right because I really loved Ace Attorney. Um
Yeah.
and
I
that's
think that's the linking point, yeah.
Yeah, like I just really enjoyed that franchise. Like I played Right Doom Amy just because just because like I think at the time I was learning I really liked watching Marlin Pie.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just really like the Doom Amy core. But yeah, without getting like too off topic, like yeah, I played Marvel there. I played the I don't Marvel feels like an anime fighter, but I don't think it's considered one, right? Like,
It's like, I mean, it's awkward thing, but like it basically is an anime fighter. Yeah, there's nothing. I think 10 years ago, if you would say that Marvel feels like an anime fighter, you get a lot of pushback. If you say now Marvel's an anime fighter, you would not. It
yeah,
basically is.
yeah, okay. like considering the time period, we'll say like my first ever like anime fighter like undisputably was Guilty Gear XR. I don't even think it was Rev 2. I think it was just regular Rev, and like I also
Oh
really
yeah.
enjoyed that. So like I ended up picking up that, and it was kind of the same story with Marvel. I could never get into it because like anime fighters are hard, man. Like,
Yeah.
like they're complicated. Every character has their own unique mechanic, but like I enjoyed it for what it's worth, but I could never really get into it. I played like Dizzy and Kai, and like I know Kai's not super hard, but like for somebody just learning an anime fighter, it was like this is hard, man. So I unfortunately like after like maybe 100 or so hours of playing those games, like I dropped them, and like from that point forward, I want to say the general time frame that happened was 2018. Like um I kind of dropped anime fighters, and then Smash Ultimate came out. I can't exactly remember what year. 2019? Was it 2019 when Ultimate came out? I know it was in high school, or
Yeah, I
when I
think it
was in
was
high school.
2018.
Yeah, 2018, 2019. I don't feel like looking it up. It's late into the 2010s.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Smash Ultimate came out, and like even though I loved Smash 4, I just could never get into Ultimate. And one of the biggest reasons was like I mained Corrin in 4, and I really liked that character, and they just like decided to like gut her in
Yeah.
Ultimate like for like
It's
no
very
reason.
different.
God, yeah, like I played other characters. Like when Joker came out, I played Joker. I was pretty into Persona at the time. I believe I had played partially a Persona 5, and then Persona 3 and 4. What's funny about that is that I started with Persona 5 by technicality, but I beat 3 and 4 by the time it took me to beat Persona 5, because it was a lender from one of my friends. So
Oh, I see.
I couldn't always play it, but like I had access to 3 and 4 at all times, so I decided to always like play those. But yeah, God, I get really tangential.
I mean,
um,
these fighting games are deep, man. I get
yeah,
it.
especially with like Persona. Like, I mean, anyone who's gonna watch this will probably understand why Persona is relevant to the conversation. But we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, so up until like 2018, 2019, at some point I just dropped Ultimate. I hated that game, and I just didn't ever get into it. And
Mhm.
so for like 1 or 2 years there was like no fighting games in my life at all. um I just not like I wasn't enjoying anything. I played other games. I was really into Monhun at the time. That was my like basically my main game. I was really into Overwatch and like FPSs at the time.
Oh shit, me too.
Yo, say
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, those were my games. So like, as odd as it is for how important BB tag is for me, I can't speak for other people's experience, but I feel odd in my history where fighting games are a very like non-important like or I guess like getting into fighting games was a very like non-important thing for me outside of Smash 4 and specifically, but I had
Mhm.
a lot of experience with Smash 4. But it was at one of the tail ends of the library local before the pandemic hit. That fateful day, someone brought BB Tag, and I picked it up, and like like Exard and Marvel, I enjoyed it. I just like I played Aurelier Lene, and I just like really clicked with those characters. And like when I got home, I was really itching for it. This was like the tail end of November 2019, before the calm before the storm, to say the least. And um it's crazy how much it lined up, because that is almost um I believe the last couple days of of 2019, like in November, was when 2.0 came out.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So unknowingly, like I picked up the game like as soon as 2.0 dropped, and then like I played it for a little bit. I was way too shy to like go online or anything like that because I didn't play it that much. And then I I had to drop it like school. I had to finish up like some school stuff for the winter semester, and then the pandemic hit in
Yep.
in I remember distinctly like on March. I hadn't played a lot of BBTAG at the time. I kind of put it on hold just because some other things going on at the time and other interests. And then when the pandemic hit and like my without getting into the excruciating detail, like my mental definitely shattered. I was still in high school.
Oh, dude.
I had to graduate during the pandemic, which was like a really just crazy time to be. It was like it was really bad, but like for whatever reason, like that got me really motivated to want to try out BB Tag more. And as a result, like I went online for the first time, I believe, in April of 2020. And from that point, I think my fate was sealed. Though I wasn't. I think I decided to play U Ori at the time, and then that's a whole lot of story. But like my first time ever going to lobby, like I was getting my ass beat constantly. But like I don't know if it was just pandemic nihilism, but I just kept on playing. I don't
Mhm.
know what about the game really stuck with me, even though I was losing like 98% of my matches. I just kept on playing, and um eventually at some point I guess I got good enough to like join tournaments or at least I felt like good enough to join tournaments. And I remember the first tournament that I did join was Guzman's BB Tag, PC Tag and Chill. I think one of the first ones that he did open up. I believe I went 0 and 2 in that. Was very much a still like very much a fledgling player, but I I felt a lot more emboldened to excuse me join tournaments after that. And because of the fact that it was joining tournaments and watching tournaments, I really enjoyed the commentary aspect of it. And like it's it's how do I put this? Like, do I just say it's your fault? Like, do
What?
I just say it's your
What do
fault?
you
I'm
mean?
like, like okay, in all seriousness, but like yeah, like because like I really just like enjoy listening to the commentators and like you were like one of the most primary ones. You were basically the one that I was listening to every week. And in a lot of ways I was inspired by that. And at some point I was just like I kind of want to do that too,
Hmm.
right? Um and I remember the day I just asked Guzman while he was doing one of his off stream, it was just like I expressed interest in commentary and it was just like, yeah, sure.
That's a very Guzman response,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But from that point, I remember even despite that, if I'm not mistaken, too, E30 at the time was also one of your commentary duo partners for PC Tag and Chill, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. Yeah. Okay. And I
I
remember
think
since
he was like my first. I think it was like my first commentary partner ever.
yeah, like
Yeah,
when I think of PC Tag and Chill commentators, I think about you and E30. Like, um, I don't remember if he commentated as much as you did for it, but like every time I would tune in, I took comfort in like just hearing you two like yap about the game. So I think at the time when I asked for commentary, I was just starting to get integrated into SoCal BB Tag because like I despite being in SoCal, for one, I didn't know the SoCal BB Tag server exists, though I knew a lot of people from uh SoCal BB Tag. But like when I think I came in at the right time for asking you because I was uh well known in the BB Tag SoCal scene thanks to me joining like WNFs and PC Tag and Chills. And like I think that's a good part of the reason why I had that opportunity to join and commentate my first WNF, which was I want to say like August or November. Um, and it was a really awkward experience. I know I commentated with you though. That I remember very distinctly.
Yeah, I remember your first commentary session as well. Decently vividly. Cuz I remember just you at the time as well. The first thing I remember is you had popped into like one of my streams before we had like ever commentated. And you were giving me like a brief I remember I was like asking questions like the origin of your tag and like the origin of your team and yada yada yada. And then you had told me like how long you had been playing. And I was just like, what the hell? Because like, you were still like coming into your own, like learning the game, but like you were very obviously like a competent player. And I was
Hmm.
just like, how the hell did like get like competent at the game in just like a couple months? So like that's really crazy. So like that stuck out to me like a lot. Um, but not getting too off topic, like our first commentary session, like I remember that you were like quite shy, like trying to find your words. Everything you said was like a good thing to say. It just needed like, delivery and like confidence and things of that sort. So
Hmm.
um I tried like purposefully giving you a lot of space and like
Hmm.
purposely like trying to like I don't know, it was like an unspoken thing. Like we hadn't like interacted like a ton, but I could just like get a sense on the mic that's just like, okay, this is just like a shyer person, has good intentions, has good stuff to say. They just need to like find their voice in a sense. So
Hmm.
yeah, I remember intentionally leaving a lot of space, asking you like questions to try to generate conversation about like uh again, the information that I knew that you knew. I remember your first match Reno shill.
I do too. It was awkward, but
But I mean, yeah, I mean that stuff is like, having the initiative and like wherewithal to want to get in the commentary in the first place is just like, you're putting yourself on display, right? And
hmm.
that isn't for everybody. Like not everybody wants to just have their like voice like projected like that. It's like public in a sense, even though it is like online as to like, however many viewers. There's uh nerves that come into play when doing that, if you're not comfy cozy with it. Like even my first commentary spots, although like they were fine. Another thing I forgot to mention. Um, so my day job, I'm a college counselor.
Hmm.
So I have like a lot of experience with just talking. I talk every day to dozens of students about,
Hmm.
I mean, stuff I don't want to talk about. So at the premise of commentary being like, wait, I can like talk like I'm doing like my day job, but it's about BBTAG. This shit is sick. Like so, um, for me, nerves and I guess just like talking, for lack of a better term, I overcame that stuff a lot faster because like eventually I just made the correlation. I was like, oh, this is just like it's kind of like my day job, but like I'm like actually like talking about like a video game. This is hype. Um,
Hmm.
but I recognize that as like a barrier of entry for some, and even it was even like a barrier of entry for me at one point in time because again I was not sociable in the offline scene, and I'm interacting with these same people online. So there was a barrier for me to overcome there.
Yeah, like I just coming fresh out of high school, the only type of like in person, or not, sorry, not in person, like in front of like people interaction was always group presentations,
Mm,
and I had this weird knack for it. I don't know why, because it was that weird kind of oxymoronic thing where I'm just like this really quiet, shy, introverted, doesn't talk a lot type of individual, but I I I had a really confident like prose with my speaking, and I just was able to kind of like go forward with doing public speaking. Of course, with some time, I was like, I wouldn't show it, but I was mortified of doing it. Um, but Yeah, I don't know. I just put on a really good face, and like a lot of my teachers said I was a really good presenter. And I think that's part of the reason why I felt more emboldened to take on commentary in the first place, because like despite how shy I was, despite how like awkward it was, because I'm sure as a college counselor you know the pain of having to be a little bit more professional when it comes to the people you're talking to.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, and so I never did anything that was casual, but still had a purpose, right? Which was
mhm,
like kind of commentary, what commentary, especially in WNF, kind of was, which was like casual yapping with a purpose. So, even though I had more comfortability doing formal presentations, it was like, even though in theory, like the stress is the stress is much less, like the fact that it was in a different environment like explains a lot of why it was just like awkward, but like kind of knew what to say, you know?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it's yeah, it was I remember the that first time so well, and then after that point everything's a little bit of a blur kind of, um outside of like maybe some key moments, but like I don't know, just like excuse me, every week I could was just at the commentary booth, just yapping. Usually with you. I can't remember if I who else I commentated with at the time. I'm sure like E30 and Cheap for sure, because they had to fill in with the mic. But like still, yeah, I was just slowly gaining that experience, and like kind of just out of nowhere, I realized like I'm kind of good at this, you know?
Yeah. It's funny that you present it that way because I almost feel like I have the same like conception of it. I remember your first time extremely well. I don't remember like your second through like I don't know 30th time. I just remember from there, and I was like, oh yeah, he's like really good at this. Like we work really well together. Like that's all I remember. I don't remember like anything in between at all. Like
Yeah. Like I remember like the learning experience, and I after that first time, and like I got a lot of positive reinforcements for that. I do remember like trying to learn some commentary skills and just slowly integrate into that, and really just finding my own natural flow when it came to commentary. But like I don't remember like the timeline of that. It it just kind of happened.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like God. I think one of the things I do remember though is like one of the like bigger things that I got to commentate for, and like I'm sure you'll remember this when I say the name, but like Project Tsukiyomi, which was this big event
Hmm.
hosted by Eon, was like I think I want to say the first big event that I got to commentate for. Obviously like at this time like a lot of stuff was online, but I think in terms of the scope and general like um just general size of what Tsukiyomi was trying to do, it was definitely the biggest biggest opportunity that I ever got to commentate for, and that as a result it like really sticks out in my mind, because when I was asked to commentate for it, I was like, damn, people are actively coming to me and asking for me to commentate for things. That felt like just a huge accomplishment for them. And I'm really thankful for all these people that gave me these opportunities, because Lord knows, like, I don't know if I would have the bravery to ask myself. Like I that first time I asked Guzman, it was like I don't know exactly what came over me, but I'm glad it did. Or I'm glad I did ask that. But like um yeah, I just felt really honored by that experience.
Yeah, I can identify too because I mean, like all my early commentary spots wasn't because I looked to do commentary. I was always doing commentary by it was net like there was a need that needed to be filled, right? So
Hmm.
even like all the way back when we were doing like the offline commentary at Riverside Riot at our Paul's Garage, I did it because like somebody needed to commentate. I was like, yeah, whatever, I got it, right? WNF, I started that because they were looking for commentary and like nobody was signing up, and I'm just like, I don't know, I have like this I guess I have like this embedded thing of like if I have the ability skill set to do something and like I don't like mind doing it and like no one else volunteers to do it, like I will immediately jump at it. But like no one else volunteers to do it and something needs to be filled, I'm just like, oh okay, I'll do it. I'll just like hop in. So
Hmm.
that was WNF. Similar thing with like BBTAG and PC Tag and Chill because we're looking for commentators. Like no one's jumping in. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. But yeah, that wasn't me like seeking out commentary positions. Not until like I was well within like, the grind of like doing WNF and BB Tag and Chill for like weeks and weeks and weeks. Then like I started looking for stuff, but when I was getting into commentary, no, like there's an opportunity there. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure,
Yeah, it's like I feel like I my commentary journey couldn't have started any other way outside of being able to just fill in a gap because like I if there was like an application process or something like that I was like I'm not good enough for that I'm not gonna sign up but like
yeah,
when it comes to especially like local and kind of community driven stuff like that, it often is the case that the people who fill these roles don't do it out of like um let me rephrase that the um the process isn't always the fact that like they're like the only people that can do it or like they're the only people that want to do it, but like they see a hole that needs to be filled and they know they have the ability to do it, so they just do it. Like
exactly,
that's just how it is and in all logistical aspects too, like commentary, like TOing, like streaming too. It's like that's just kind of how it is for a lot of us and I don't see a grander like alternative reality where like I didn't just start commentary by just being like, hey, PC Tech and Chill and WNF need people. I can yap.
right. I feel that.
Yeah, so it's like it's really interesting to look back at those experiences and just like how much it really changed me and I'm kind of going on the topic of like how commentary really made me like appreciate the game more. Like I know you had similar experience where commentary really made you look at the game differently. For me, it was like less of that and more just it. I'm a very like studious and like very inquisitive person kind of by nature. I really just like getting the nitty gritty details of things. So for me, um commentary ended up being a way for me to express those interests
Mm.
and really help me develop how to formulate and talk to people and um one of the, I think the greatest thing that it helped me do was actually becoming kind of a teacher or at least somebody that can explain concepts well because like um I'm sure you'll agree, but like a big part of a role as a commentator is not only to entertain but also to inform.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so like with like just with that in mind, it was a very much a just every week it was just how do I best um first of all quick second like analyze what's going on in the game, use what my knowledge of the game and then formulate a like relatively articulate sentence to help describe what's going on so that people can understand the game better, and that's what made commentary really fun for me.
Yeah, definitely. And like that's what came with time for my experience, right? So like as I was saying before, I was definitely like heavily associated with color commentary. And like hype and like things of that sort. But yeah, my overall analysis beyond just like doing play by play was just like not amazing. And I think that whether it was communicated to me or not. I don't really like completely remember, but um if it's not how people forward, if it wasn't how it was communicated to me, it was definitely how I felt. That it was kind of like a knock against me as a commentator, that I didn't have that uh, knowledge of
Hmm.
some of the inner workings at play and being able to display that to the viewer. And I would definitely feel it when I would listen to other commentators that were like really prominent at the time, and still prominent to this day. I shouldn't say at the time, like Ebonic Plague, Bojack, right? They were doing a lot of BBTAG commentary during this time, and it's just like anytime I would listen to them, there are things that I would learn, or they would present things in a way that I hadn't really like thought about, and um, yeah, I guess that like subconsciously like made me want to improve. Of like everybody has their own different styles, but I could recognize that was like a real um area of opportunity and improvement for me to try to get better and improve my commentary. And I think in a sense it also helped me improve at the game.
Hmm.
Like uh if I didn't understand things or how characters are worked, I started becoming more inclined to ask more questions. Um and I even like went on to like learn characters sometimes just to like make sure I could talk about them well. As quiet as it's kept, it was a big aspect of why I learned nine.
Hmm.
To give like this short story, Beepaw, aka Flower Man, aka Marvin, so many tags, but like Beepaw had been entering like a shit ton of online tournaments during this time for BB Tag. Like if especially like BB Tag and Chill, PC Tag and Chill.
Hmm.
There's also Dark Death at the time, who was a pretty notable nine player. And they would like get very far. And I noticed that I have no idea what the fuck Nine is doing. like, like I knew like Morganite was a low, and then like you could get unblockable, and like that was it. I didn't know anything else that was like really kind of like going on with the character. So like, of course, my commentary like heavily suffered because of that. I was just like, yo, she did the thing, and like, oh, she's cast the spell again. Um, so yeah, that's actually why I started learning the character.
Hmm.
Was to improve at commentary. I just so happened to enjoy the character, so she ended up becoming one of my mains. But no, I literally started learning the character because of commentary.
Hmm.
Um, so yeah, it's just like I think that in a sense has also uh changed me as a person, and like has transited into like other fighting games. Like commentary has naturally made me more studious and ask more questions and approach things in a completely different way that I did not really have a mind for at all when I was initially getting into commentary and initially playing fighting games.
Yeah, like definitely. And like from my perspective, I want to say for the most part, even despite the fact that I was learning a lot from doing commentary, I never really think I picked up a character because of commentary. I think if I usually picked up a character, it was because I just found them interesting. That being said, what commentary did allow me in terms of like educating me about the game is give me an excuse to watch more tournaments.
Mhm.
Um, like not only to watch people play, but also to like listen to people commentate and to learn off them. And like as a result, like just through like kind of sponging a lot of information, I know a lot about characters setups like safe jumps, like combo structures, like neutral, like all that stuff is kind of like ingrained in my head. Like there's a couple characters that I don't like know too much about, like Platinum, like because who plays Platinum, right?
Yeah,
Um Jubei for a while because the only Jubei player was like Kiyomi and like Daison. And like especially at the time like P time of my commentary, we weren't super integrated with the Japanese scene too, so it was really just only Kiyomi. um, but like outside of like those couple characters, it was just like because I was commentating so much, I got to learn a lot about characters. And even though I had a very West Coast kind of centric exposure, thankfully there was still a lot of like other regions being represented, and I got to see them play, but like for the most part, like yeah, I got a lot of that information thanks to my commentary. And if I was just being a casual observer, I don't think I would put in so much so much like thought and like so much like detail into like observing how people play, because that's just that I just felt that was like a necessary skill for me to just know. And I'm very much a person that works the best when it comes to like doing deductive reasoning. So I was always just like kind of inquisitive of just wondering why they do this, and just observed, oh, they do this setup because this is a safe jump. And to get off on a related side tangent, like one of my favorite things in commentary is seeing like a unique or um unique situation that a player implements that seems bizarre, and trying to make sense of that chaos,
Mm.
or that supposed chaos. Because yeah, that's that's just one of the skills I think that was really important for me to go as a commentator, is to be able to explain everything that explain players' decisions and why they might do that, as bizarre as it might seem in some situations. There's usually a cause, whether or not intentional or not. I think can definitely be deduced in that situation. But I just love stuff like that. I'm nerding out.
I love stuff like that too. So like this leads into um something I wanted to discuss as it relates to specifically commentating BBTAG, right?
Hmm.
Because like I've commentated a lot of different games at this point. But BBTAG is like, depends on who's playing, but generally a notoriously fast game. Um, and yeah, like commentating BBTAG can present this challenge at times of trying to figure out how to explain micro interactions or those niche scenarios that you're talking about, right? Um, as efficiently, concise, and quick as possible without bleeding into another interaction that happens like 2 seconds later,
Hmm.
right? It's so difficult. And I mean this changes based on your audience, right? Like if we're commentating so like for example, okay. For example, let's take like Akatsuki's Bitatsu active switch, right?
Hmm.
Like like obviously we know the nuances around like Akatsuki Bitatsu active switch because we're like BB tag players, right? He's
Hmm.
gonna do the Bitatsu active switch, and the last hit's gonna hit overhead, and the active switch character can go low, and that sets up an unblockable, but you can push block that. And that will get you out of the situation. But if they read that with the point character and throw your push block timing, you get TRM, so there's an RPS there, right?
Hmm.
We know that. And so when we're commentating something like WNF right now in the big 2025, I don't have to say that. I can just say, oh, they're going for the beat Tatsu unblockable situation. Are they going to get the read or like whatever? Like, I don't need to give all that precursor text.
Hmm.
But if I'm commentating like Combo Breaker or like Evo or something like that, like, I can't say that. Like, the majority of people that are like watching the tournament, uh, don't know how this stuff works. So
Hmm.
like trying to the challenge I feel in BB Tech comedy, because like I'm with you. I love explaining those micro interactions and kind of like outlining that to the viewer. But at the same time, I also find it super difficult to do in BB Tag, and something that I've noticed it can be easier in a lot of other games just because there's more space. Like there's more neutral being played. The game is like less quick.
Hmm.
Um so like by comparison, in Tekken, for example, right? Um, Kazuya, uh, Kazuya has his electric wind godfist, right?
Hmm.
Um, off of his down fort 2, which is like this little hook to the stomach, right? On counter hit, he is like plus 12 or some shit.
Hmm.
And so from that counter hit, the Kazuya player can confirm and just go into like an easy combo, and just take a guaranteed hit. Or they can do like a perfectly timed perfect electric wind godfist in order to take advantage of like that frame advantage and get a full launch combo, but only if they have like the crisp like this is like a one frame link on top of a one frame link because you not only need to like hit the electric wind godfish within the one frame window that it's available, but you
Hmm.
also have to like make sure that it's timed perfectly after the recovery of the down four too.
Oh
With
God.
as little like yeah, it all has to be basically like a one frame motion through and through. So explaining a nuance like that in tech and commentary is I'm not gonna say it's easy, but it's way easier than like explaining something like B Tatsu at this position BBTAG. Because like once Kazuya does that down for two and like he gets launched, guess what? You have this big ass juggle. If it's Tekken 8, that motherfucker's gonna carry to the wall. He's gonna activate heat. It's gonna take like 10 seconds before they
Hmm.
like reset back to like neutral again. And then like there might not be a hit for like another like 5 or like there's so much time. Um Whereas in like BB tag, you know, you'll get to visually recognize that the thing is happening, and then you have to only have about like 5 seconds, and then something else can just happen. Like the opponent could just burst, right? If burst is available, maybe you have 5 seconds. Maybe you only have like two,
Hmm.
right? There's all of these different variables that make it like really challenging to figure out how to explain those nuances to audiences that may not be super familiar. Which I find really interesting. I struggle with it a lot coming from like getting my first offline BB tag positions.
Hmm.
Um, I noticed that I knew everything that was happening and I knew how to deliver this information to my online audiences that I've been commentating to for years now. But I recognized that I was just like yapping way too much in my
Hmm.
early offline positions. And I'm just like, dude, like I'm realizing that I have to like present this information to an audience that like doesn't watch this game normally, and this is actually really fucking hard. So yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to note about BB Tag commentary. It's just like your audience really matters in the way that you like choose your words and what you choose to highlight and how you highlight it. And it's nuances that like are really interesting to think about. It's definitely a skill to learn. Like
Yeah, like I have this rule with BB tag commentary where it's perfectly okay to just cut off your sentence because some whack thing just happened because the game is
yeah,
just so fast. Like I could be explaining a like oh this was a really good Oki setup and then like I don't know like heart hits like 236B like backwards or something like that and how am I not gonna just say what?
yeah.
Like it's crazy. It's just gonna um kind of bounce off what you're saying with like the how the audience matters. Like I've never gotten to commentate for like anything like a major like that where I have to consider an audience like that. But from my experience and just my general mentality, getting to commentate for stuff like TMN, stuff like Mito's like beginner like
Mm.
brackets such exhibition tournament series, like I know from doing that, at least in terms of like my general mentality, is that because these tournaments are for beginner and intermediates who are actively trying to learn the game, I know that I have to be a bit more informative in what I say instead of um like less hype more less hype more talking about the game, not to
Yeah.
say that you can't be excitable or you can't like say anything funny or interesting, but like I know these people use these tournament vods including with the commentary to help them learn, and I purposely make it so that I try to be as informative as possible even if I think even if something might be maybe not common knowledge but like some knowledge that might not be readily available or readily known, I always want to make note of those things just so new players can have that information because I think it's excuse me yeah, information is just the the biggest form of power I think you can have as a player, and I really think it's important for those beginner
Oh,
slash
hello.
hello. Oh God, my
Oh,
internet.
hello.
Oh yeah, sorry. My net is having a my net's having a bit of a crap out right now.
All good, all good.
Okay. What was the last thing you heard?
Information is power. I don't know.
Oh,
It cut out like
okay.
right during that, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's okay. I'll repeat for you. Like,
My bad.
nah, it's cool. We okay. Before the we started this podcast, my computer crashed. Uh, that was that's some pre-production lore that anyone that's watched up to this point gets to enjoy. But yeah, I don't know, something about everything I'm in is just always scuffed. I'm cursed in that way. But yeah, back on topic. Like, yeah, it's, information I think is one of the biggest forms of power you can have as a player, especially when you're just learning out, because it opens the gateway for like new ideas, like creativity, and like especially when you're on the receiving end of things, it can help to conceptualize why some things are happening and why some things are happening to you. And like I just want to make sure that, like, for people who are explicitly joining tournaments to learn the game and to improve the game, get that get that type of information.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you bring up the beginner tournaments. I think that's a great parallel to what I was mentioning with like the offline tournaments, of just like how you have to tailor your commentary and how like the audience matters. So I like that you brought that up because that's definitely something I. So I mean, to bring things full circle, I love they would never know it because they always okay. TMN. If anybody from TMN is listening right now, I like if I could, I would commentate every TMN. It's always happening during my fucking local. So like I can never commentate TMN, but like it's one of my favorite tournaments to commentate, and I've never commentated an IF event either because it's always happening while I'm at work or right when I get off of work. It like starts at 5 p.m. I'm off at 5 p.m. And some lore for the listener, I was late to this session because I had a call that sent me overtime. So I can't make 5 p.m. Engagements. They usually have to be like 6 p.m. just to account for in case I have a call that goes over. But anyways, without getting too off topic, I love commentating some of those beginner and intermediate focused formats because um, I love seeing people improve. I love like I'm a very story centric person as well when it comes to my commentary at all levels, and so seeing those stories play out at the beginner intermediate side is just so interesting. Of like I watch one player one week and they were struggling with this, and the next week they have it down packed, or somebody's been struggling with a matchup for a really long time, and then they're able to make that overcome that player or overcome that character that's been giving them so much trouble. Seeing like a character or a player give an entire community so much trouble is also very interesting. I've seen a couple of instances of that within TMN. I won't say
Hmm.
any names for characters, but um, I love that shit, man. It's some of my favorite commentary to do for BBTAG nowadays. I think it's my favorite commentary to do for BBTAG nowadays, if I'm being honest with you. Um, Aside from like, of course, like I love WNF, but I love it in a different way. I just love hanging out with like my homies. Like I love
Hmm.
like hanging out with Chief and E30 and like you if you're able to come to the mic or anybody else is like coming to the mic. Like WNF just feels like home in a lot of ways. So it's a different type of love and appreciation I have for that. And it's like offline tournaments are cool. I think nowadays I'm actually kind of backing off from doing offline BB tag commentary positions as of late. Not like a thing that like I'm too good for BB tag now or like anything like that. It's actually quite the opposite. It's more so there's such limited opportunities for commentating BB tag offline nowadays with just like how the tournament scene and structure is evolving. Like we don't have CEO Taku anymore. Frosty's like dedicated side tournament. Evo is just whoever's gonna be able to run it. Um, and Combo Breaker is not as big as it used to be. So it's just like because like things are so limited, and like I've done top eights for every event that I just named. Like I've done Frosties, I've done Evo, I've done Combo Breaker, um I've done Taco, I've done all that. So it's just like I don't really have a desire to do those things anymore. Again, it's kind of like a need of like if there's a need of like to for someone to do it, then like sure I'll do it. But like I'd rather give other people opportunities to fulfill those positions because we
Hmm.
do have like a lot of commentary talent that do go out to these majors. I'm thinking of like Podge, Midori, um, those are the two that I've been like super familiar with as of late. If I'm missing somebody, I apologize. Those are just the two that like come to my mind. But yeah, I'd rather like people like that get those commentary positions because um this is a whole nother story that maybe I'll get into later in the pod, or maybe I won't. But like I have built up this reputation of for majors I feel. Holy crap. How specific do I want to go with this? I do kind of want to be vague because I don't want to like single anybody out in terms of like things I've gotten hired for recently. But let's just say when I put in commentary apps, people will look at my name and be like, "That's the guy that commentates that blue game." And then they'll paste me on the blue game, but that doesn't always mean BBTAG. Sometimes it'll mean BBCF
Oh
or like
God.
Grand Blue or like yeah. Then sometimes will just happen. It won't even be like it won't even be in every instance something I applied for. Like I will put
Mhm.
in like when you do like commentary applications for majors and everything, you have to like denote like what games that you want to do. And like I'm usually like very direct. And like sometimes I will end up getting like a BBCF or like a Grand Blue, even though I don't do those games as much anymore. So that's a thing. But anyways, without getting like too far off topic, offline is cool. I'm just like not really applying to those so much. CEO Taku last year was a miracle because I was actually slated to do that commentary slot uh, with Beautiful Crow. Shout out to Beautiful Crow one time. Um, but I felt so bad for Podge because I really wanted Podge to get that position because he had been trying to get like an offline commentary position for so long. Um, so yeah, I ended up making top 8 at CEO Taku. So like I couldn't commentate, but then Podge got to do it. And I was just like, dude, this is like the most blessed timeline because like now Podge has like that on his resume, like his reel, and he could use that for applying to future commentary positions. And it's just like that's just like a dream come true, really. So um yeah, I mean with that, so like WNF is like a home offline I'm kind of good on, but like beginner tournaments, I really, really love doing those. It's just like getting a glimpse at like the future of the scene and people that are like still picking this game up nowadays, which just like blows my mind, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And I haven't commentated a lot of beginner stuff. I want to say like, well, I mean, 8 can be maybe a big number. I want to like give or take like I know 2 TMNs and then probably 6 of IF's beginners type stuff. But like, yeah, I'm kind of with you there, where it's slowly becoming some of my favorite things to commentate. The biggest thing for me is just novelty. I love most of the players who play in stuff like WNF, and really appreciate like their consistency with showing their skills. And like, not to say that I don't enjoy watching them or like I get sick of watching them, but like, the human brain really loves that like, ooh, shiny like new stuff. And for me, like getting to see the new players who are like up and coming, like these people who could be the next major winner, show up and like see how much they've improved and how much they uh see what they have to do, and some of the unique things that they implement that even some of the people who've been playing this game for a long time haven't even thought of. It's like it's just awe-inspiring for me. Like, but I know that sounds a little exaggerated, but no, I'm serious. I really respect the intermediate slash beginner scene, because like they putting in the effort in a what is it, 9-year-old, 8-year-old game at this point, with
Yeah.
a stupidly heavily dedicated, like we're like let's not get it twisted. BB Tag is like niche upon niche when it comes to like its general popular when it comes to the general popularity in the anime game sphere, and we have a small, like, well knit community. So it's really hard to like to compete with some of the people that have been here for like years, and yet even despite that, they see that and they still want to improve in the game, and I just really respect that. And I have that sense of, I don't want to call it an obligation because that sounds a little maybe too uh I don't know what the word is, like too grand, but like I feel like I would love to just be able to commentate and just provide that resource to those players that who really want to improve at the game, and I really like just helping out in whatever way I can. I mean, that's a good amount of the inspiration why like I started working on that Ori guide. I was like, um, I believe it was Kisu who was one of the people that joined one of IF's beginner brackets, and they popped in with Aurier, and I'm like, people like still want to like pick up Aurier, and like new players want to pick up Aurier. That's
Right.
crazy. And I was like, and it was like getting to commentate and getting to see how impressive that play was like really like inspired me to like not only like want to commentate for these beginners just so um I like they could have a resource like just through the commentary. It was like it really inspired me to like just restart like some guide making and like making stuff like that. And I know like that kind of sounds maybe like um I don't know what the word is like uh I can't really think of the adjectives I'm thinking of, like silly or something like that. But like you know, like for me, genuinely, I've felt inspired a lot by the like what's the stuff like what TMN and like IF are doing for beginners, and it just I think if anything, it probably resonates with how I was back when I first started learning, and I think I was blessed with the character I was playing with like Ori and Yukiko because like not to get on this too big of a citation with them, but like both the communities for those players are really really dedicated, and I wanted to um give back to them in some
Must be
way.
nice.
I'm sorry for the Mitsuru resources out there. I'm really sorry for the Mitsuru resources out there.
It's okay. It's one of I don't know when I'll get to it or if I'll get to it, but it is something I do want to potentially do is update the Mitsuru resources. I just have so much on my plate. It's not super high on my priority list at the moment because um I think I'm focused on helping as many people as possible. And like there's not a lot of Mitsuru players as it is. Um but it is something I want to do eventually, hopefully, is update some of the Mitsuru resources. With that being said, though, with that being said, I will say, well, I'm I'm sorry to like interject into the you were like on a full tangent here, but like
Hmm.
I will say uh for people that play my characters within like the TMN spheres, even outside of it, my DMs are always open. I have done like full on VOD reviews and full on like advice giving for like a whole bunch of people within like the TMN sphere if we have like adjacent characters. One I'll expose, which is Merlet or like Minatame. Like I think most people have gotten like more familiar with like Minatame like within this year, but I've been like talking to Minatame since like I think like late 2023.
Hmm.
They've been around for a minute, and just kind of like talking about the game and talking about like Hilda. They used to be like such a character hopper. They've had like a new team like every week. I'm just like, dog, pick a fucking main. But they made a lot of strides. And it was just like really cool to see all the strides that they made, all the way up to like getting top 8 at Evo this year. It was just like, holy fuck. Like they're literally like a TMNer. They're just like putting in mad work. So
I
those
raised
things are
that
really cool to
boy.
see. Yeah, right. Like literally, like
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's like pour one out for the Mitsuru resources. I hope those are those will get fixed eventually. Look, I know us Mitsu and Ori players. We have ideological clashes, and by that I mean our JAs. Your JA is better.
dude, I mean, like, honestly, it's just like a matter of privilege, right? Because, like, I mean, I don't think it's far fetched or anybody would disagree with me saying like Mitsuru is a more privileged character than Orie, right?
Hmm.
And so because like Orie players don't have the privilege, but they like play the character. Y'all are just like this dedicated group trying to like extract as much value out of you can out of your tools and just like really have a lot of like high sense of your character and like just really all these in-depth resources and guides. Amazing, right? Us
Hmm.
Mitsuru players, man, we got our JA and our 5A and our JB, and we're just privileged. And I mean, it shows because like our don't get me started on the Mitsuru channel. I don't know if I would air my feelings on that channel in public because I definitely have some thoughts about the way. And the thing is, I don't use main chord a lot. I never have. If you search how many messages I have in main chord, it might be less than 100 messages, and I've been in main chord since like 2018.
Hmm.
I don't use the server. So like a lot of the things that were happening or have happened in that server, I just like haven't known. In fact, I've been able to learn a lot of it now through my YouTube short series because like every time I do a short, I like pull up the resources for a character and I search keywords and I'm searching through the history banks of like everything that's been going on in these character channels and like the material channels is such a fucking mess, bro. Like it
Yeah.
is just like so crazy. Just I guess the only thing that I could say is that like a lot of the ways that like people talk about that character in that channel is with the assumption that you know how to play the character already and not like really breaking things down for like a complete beginner. That's how all the resources are constructed. That's how all the phrasing is given. It's just like assuming that you know how the character operates,
Hmm.
um, which is just terrible. So hopefully someday I can get to it, but it's man.
Yeah. Like, okay. I can't even remember how we got here, but like,
Neither can I. My bad. That was my fault.
uh, it's okay. Like, this might be a podcast about commentary, but I mean, what is yapping but getting off topic occasionally, right?
True, true.
uh, but yeah, like, when it comes to like resources and stuff like that, like let me ask you this question because I've already made my stance on this, but like, do you view like your commentary or like just commentary in general as an educational platform?
Uh Yeah, I would say so. Um I would say it's a mix of things where like I view it as like an educational platform but also an entertainment platform at the same time. Where
Mm-hmm.
like I am there to keep the viewer engaged, um, but also explain to the viewer what is going on. Um, and a big thing for my commentary uh is why should they give a shit? Like
Mm-hmm.
that is like a really key thing that shapes a lot of like the commentary that I do, mostly for um like majors or like bigger commentary positions. That is like my big thing. It's just like if there is like somebody that tunes into um Tampa Never Sleeps, CEO Taku, BBTAG, top eight, and they don't play BBTAG. Why should this person give a shit, right? They're watching BBTAG not because they want to watch BBTAG, it's because like Guilty Gear Strive is coming up next, right? And BBTAG just happens to be on. How do I keep that viewer there? Like, how do I make them care that like BBTAG is happening?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's what I would say is like my main uh thing of how I like define my commentary. What I like carry like high value in is just like establishing that value, making it entertaining for all, while also being like an invitation to the scene of like trying to. I could say that like my main mission statement for this year is trying to tell the world why BB Tag is so great. um, and so that's really what kind of spurs a lot of my commentary and content nowadays. To be honest with you, but in that is education naturally. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think like education is like mm, probably I think the most integral driving force of like why I like making content. And I'm sure you just got done with your short series about like every character, but like um what am I trying to say here? Like I feel like at least like just observing like what you've been doing too. It's just like it's just nice to put out resources for people who are interested and just need that stepping stone. And I think for a scene that is as small as ours, it's like kind of the best thing we can do if you want to get more people in. Like obviously I'm not expecting like a huge group of people to like jump in on the game, and like I kind of also wouldn't want that because I think that would come with the implication that like some big trend happen and like these people are just like trying to just trend hop. I know that sounds a little cynical, but like it's kind of unfortunately true in that matter. So like I think for a lot of people who enter a game like this that has had a lot of or doesn't have a lot of people playing it, just having a resource that shows that hey, we're here, and not only are we here, we're interested in getting like you to play this game, whether it's through like like I think the FGC as a whole is a spectator driven platform naturally, like most sports, or like most like most esports too, but the people who really are interested in it are the people who are the learners, and those I think are the most important people to have to appeal to. It's not everybody. It's not the I don't maybe I guess it depends on your definition of what is important, because obviously grabbing in more people could be considered important, but like at least from my perspective, like those type of people who are interested in learning, learning the game, are like the people we should be most appealing to. And I think that's like very much bled into just my general commentary style. Like I mean, you're the one that commentates with me the most, and I would agree to say like for the most part, I know you as a hype man, even though like I know you can be a great educator, but like from my own perspective of myself, like I view myself as more as the more like not not the more knowledgeable one, but like more as a knowledgeable like commentator, like somebody that's trying to like explain things.
Right. I think that's what um made and still makes like to this day our like commentary dynamic like so good. Like
Hmm.
to this day, you're still like one of my favorite, if not like one of my like I was gonna say one of my favorite, if not one of my favorite. Maybe I shouldn't be doing commentary. Anyways, but like one of my favorite, if not my favorite commentary partners is because like that dynamic between the both of us, of me like mostly leading into hype, especially like in the early stages, and you like being more of the like analytical and like knowledge base. I would learn a lot of things from listening to commentating, listening to your commentary, or like commentating with you. And like that would help me in the moment because you would like explain something that's happening with a match, and I'm like, oh, that's how that works. And then like for the rest of that match, or for the rest of that player's tournament run, or like next week, I now know that moving forward. And I'm just like, holy shit, like commentating with Lon is like really good for me because I get to like learn these things. But I think that's what made us or makes us we haven't died. But like
Neither of us
that's
yet.
true. um but yeah, that's what makes us such like a great duo, is because you get that dichotomy. Like you get like, my uh personality and hype like coming forward, and, like just being really in your face and hype and big moments and energy and everything. And then like I have my moments where I get to be analytical, where you rub off on me a little bit, but then you like your core approach is like having a lot of knowledge, being able to break down these like niche situations and provide a lot of insight to the viewer. And then every now and then my hype rubs off on you, and then you get to like deliver some hype to the viewer as well. And so I think like when we really got into our stride, and like when we were like in the I can't really put a time frame on it, but that's just like 4 months into like working with each other. um Dude, it was just like our dynamic was like crazy. Like I
Hmm.
really look back fondly on some of those commentary times that we did in um like 2021 BB tag essentially.
Yeah, like it's it's just like interesting how in some ways it's kind of that old saying, opposites attract. And like yeah, it was like I'll say straight up, there like I can't commentate with anyone else like I commentate with you. like
Same, same.
it's not as natural. Not that I can't do it or I don't enjoy it. But it's it's a combination of experience with each other's habits and each other's dynamics and just kind of our personalities because like as you mentioned it would be one thing if we were completely like polar opposites in terms of commentary style, but we did rub off on we did rub off on each other, which I think is a sign of a good commentary dynamic where you're able to contrast but also match the energy where it's necessary. And like commentary dynamics I think are one of the most interesting things to really analyze in terms of just commentary in general, because commentary duos are I'm not as experienced in like the FGC scene as you, but like commentary duos are on average a lot more sparse, but you will always know when it's a good time when you see a specific commentary duo.
Yeah, yeah. That's 100% true. Yeah, and I mean, like, I feel like commentary as a medium has become how do I want to present this? Commentary as a medium has become a lot more structure feels like a bad word to say here, but I just feel like people have a lot better of a ideology and approach to it
Mm-hmm.
um than when I was first getting into it. To where like now for like not even offline commentary positions, but if I'm like commentating with somebody I've never commentated before, and it's like maybe a bigger position, maybe a bigger game, something like that. Um, there's like a lot of banter that happens like before the commentary position starts, or like
Mm-hmm.
before it's just like establishing that rapport to learn more about like who you're going to be commentating with. To be like, oh, okay, yeah, like how long have you been playing the game, or like what's your experience with the game? Have you commentated this before? Like what type of what commentary style? Like what is like your style? Like people ask like questions like that. Um, and like what type of angle are we shooting for? So like these are like conversations I've had with people when I'm commentating for the first time. These are conversations that people have had for like because I host online tournaments, and like when we were doing like Daybreak specifically for like Grand Blue and Undernight, that was a tournament series I was doing earlier this year, and I would like invite people to commentate in the pre-production, like before we go live. They're like having these conversations, and I'm just like, damn, this is just like a thing now. Like it didn't used to be this way. Like sometimes, like before commentary is just like yapping or like you know sometimes nothing. We're just like on our phones. But I think that like there's a lot more people nowadays that are looking to improve at commentary and like really look at it as a craft. That's the phrase I'm looking for. Like they really look at commentary as a craft, and so
Mm-hmm.
in that a lot more people take it seriously and are a lot more into those pre-production conversations. And you're right, it is a product of like having a dedicated commentary partner or duo is just so much more sparse nowadays, and that's because like the quantity of commentators is so damn high. It's gonna be hard to like if you get hired, like to be hired with a specific person every single time. You have to be able to adapt and like commentate with a whole bunch of different people.
Yeah, like in that sense, I think the sparsity of like people willing to commentate for WNF like ended up just being a really great boon for us because we were lucky enough to have that commentary dynamic form over the course of like years. And I mean it's still, like not we're both eternal learners when it comes to this, and we're still like developing our dynamic to this day. I know we don't commentate as much because like unfortunate reality is like pandemic is mostly over, and then like we have our own lives to deal with, but like it's kind of crazy just like I cannot commentate with you for like months. We commentate like once, like maybe it's a little like maybe a little awkward at first because it's just like, oh yeah, it's been a while. And then
Right.
like 10 minutes later, it's like nothing has ever changed. Not a
Yeah.
single
Yeah. Just
thing.
picking up where we left off.
It's like it's like I don't know. I if I could bless people interested in having a role in commentary, I would bless them with a consistent partner. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a partner that bounced well off them. I do firmly believe when it comes to commentary, adaptability is one of the most important things to learn over time. And like
Right.
regardless of like how poor you might be commentating with someone initially, like you'll get used to them eventually, and like with enough time, and of course it'll depend on your personality, their personality, and their style, and etc. But like over time, like I do believe like things will work out to make a great commentary duo, as long as of course you're both dedicated to improving your craft.
I'm glad you said that last part because I was definitely going to disagree. But yeah. I have had some commentary partners that don't fulfill that last part. They're not looking to improve their craft, and so the because of that, the getting they just aren't approaching the craft itself super seriously. So it does create for a very awkward um experience. Like maybe they are just not saying much information at all, or like not saying much words at all. And so
Hmm.
like naturally as a commentator, like you say a phrase or say like a thought, and then you leave like room for somebody to speak afterwards, or like you ask them a question and expect them to like fill the space afterwards. It's just like I've definitely had partners where I create that space and then like nothing follows. It's like, all right, well, I guess I will jump back in. Or like I ask a question and it's like a one word answer. It's like, all right, I guess I will jump back in. So it's commentary's hard, man. Like it definitely can be hard. It's not for everybody. I think that's
Hmm.
ultimately what I would leave. It's not for everybody, but yeah.
Yeah. Uh, it's it's just one of those things that I think can be really hard to quantify because there's nothing really in life that is like this. And kind of explain what I mean, where it's like, you can have an active conversation with people and the conversational flow and general conversational etiquette. And in some ways, commentary is like having a conversation with the person that you are in the booth, but you're also having a conversation that needs to be relevant for how many people are watching too. And I think that's where the difficulty lies, because you know that you can't just have a conversation with the person right in front of you. Well, I mean your face. You definitely can,
Mm,
especially if you're just like you're having fun. But there are going to be those moments where you do need to express thoughts to a crowd. Like it's I think if anything that makes it harder, where you to be an entertaining commentator, you often need to have like maybe banter, like conversations with your commentary partner. Like Lord knows with whenever we commentate WNF, we get off topic, but like I think that really contributes to uh you know the general commentary charisma that is important. But like we can also code switch to, okay, that the match has started. Let's let's get on into like actually talking about it. Unless the conversation we were having previously is just that important or funny. But WNF commentary is a different beast. And I'll add
right.
more layers to that too. It's like it also matters for the type of tournament you're commentating, as we've discussed. So there's just like there's a lot of hidden factors that when you first get into commentary, you kind of just are never told about, because how do you explain a vibe to somebody, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a fair question. It's an unspoken thing. You can't really.
Yeah, and like vibes are not only affected by like the like say the Discord call is like a room, kind of like whatever like room you're in, but it also matters who's in that room, who's in the other room, who who are like where are you speaking, and there's so many like situational environmental factors that you have to consider, and that's a big part of the reason why, like I said earlier, adaptability is the most important thing for a commentator to have to be. And it's, like, um for a lot of people that are up and coming, they don't know enough to be able to adapt. They might know their one thing and they try to do their one thing, but when it comes to commentating, and like Lord knows with how chaotic BBTAG is, like it often is the case that it doesn't work out in such a simple way.
Mm.
But yeah, it's a complicated experience, and I know one of the things I wanted to discuss in this podcast is just like general advice you would give people, like I think in those situations, who are earnestly trying to learn commentary, um and maybe are struggling, or maybe they're still trying to find their foot, and like would like some advice and stuff like that. So what what are some like tips that you would give those people who want to learn?
Yeah, yeah. So the first thing I would say, actually, to use this platform to be a piece of shit, is say I actually did a video about how to get into fighting game commentary.
Hmm.
It's called Fighting Game Commentary is Easy, actually. So I do give a lot of great tips, and some of which I'll definitely cover in this podcast as well. Um, to not just rehash the entire 30-minute video and provide some like actual original insight as well. Uh, but the end of the video, to spoil it, maybe I'm a terrible shill because I'm like spoiling the ending of the video, is that like after giving all these tips, I say that the biggest thing to take away from the video is to just go out and do it. Um, and that's ultimately the biggest tip I could have for anyone that's thinking about getting into commentary, is to stop thinking about getting into commentary and to do some damn commentary, right? Like we've talked about how we've had our initial struggles with commentary, like the overcoming confidence and like delivery and speaking styles, and uh figuring out things to say, figuring out the vibe of all these things, working with different people, whatever it may be. Like, but I mean, the reality is like everybody starts somewhere. Like nobody starts perfect. Getting into commentary is almost like getting into fighting games. Everybody like has a start as how they get into fighting games, like a player, right? It's almost like you're starting over again in that exploration process when you start getting into the realms of like commentary. So, um, yeah, just going out there and like starting and having your best foot forward. And I think you touched on something as well as like having an intention to want to improve, like having a growth mentality. Again, very similar to how you would approach like being a player in a fighting game, just adapting that mentality of improvement as a commentator for a fighting game is definitely um necessary. I would say that there are so many parallels between improving at playing a fighting game and improving at commentary. One thing I'm a big uh, believer in. I'm more of a believer in this as a commentator than I am as a player. Is VOD review. Uh, so VOD reviewing for commentary is so easy because you like don't actually need to watch it. It helps to watch it so you know like what's happening on the screen. I'm talking like listening to like previous commentary positions that you did. Like
Hmm.
it is helpful to have a visual, but like you don't necessarily need it. You also can just listen to your commentary and extract like what's going on from there. So I do way like maybe 190% more VOD reviewing for commentary than I do for playing, which is bad. I should do more VOD review as a player, but it's because it's just so convenient. Like if I'm on a long drive, I'll just pop in. Like I literally just did this. I commentated at Risk over the weekend for Grand Blue and 2XKO. I've been getting into 2XKO a lot recently, and so like during work, in between calls, I just have my commentary like running in the background from that session while I'm like typing emails and stuff.
Mhm.
Um, and when I do like long drives, like if I had like just did a commentary session, I'll like pull it out during a long drive, and um, yeah, that's just like super useful. It's just like listening to yourself talk, which obviously is uncomfortable. Like not everybody likes listening to themselves talk, but that is such a cheat code and such an easy way to just like pick out how you sound and critiquing it and figuring out how you want to refine it from there. So, um, and that can manifest itself in like a lot of different ways. You ultimately have to be your own best critic and identify the areas you want to improve in. Um, maybe you're having trouble explaining a concept. It's up to you to figure out why you're having trouble explaining that concept. Maybe you don't understand the mechanic or the nuance in the first place. Um, Maybe you don't know enough about the players that you're commentating about, and like need to do more research. Like embed yourself in the scene. Prepare before your block ahead of time. Like there's just like so many nuances that can present itself as a matter of doing VOD review. So I'm a big fan of that. But in terms of like people that are like looking to get in commentary, that is ultimately like my biggest piece of advice is to like go out and do it. Give yourself some content for you to listen to of yourself by going out and doing it, and then just refining from there. And asking others for advice on how you sound is also valuable. I know, like, I never really like I don't know if I really ever seeked it out and like sent my commentary to people to like give me like insight, but I think naturally, like, uh I guess it depends. It's gonna vary based on people, but like people would just give me feedback, right?
Mhm.
Even if I wasn't listening, like looking for it, people would give me feedback on like my commentary and let me know like if it was good or like areas of improvement or anything like that. Or like I would just talk because they brought it to me, then I would feel more comfortable asking them questions.
Mhm.
Um, I guess is the best way to put it. So um, yeah, I think those would be that would be one of my biggest things. I do have like more centered things around like getting into commentary depending on what you're looking to do with it. Like, I mean, if you're looking to become just like, if you're looking to just commentate, like, period, like you, like, you don't have aspirations like going into like offline, like major commentary or anything like that. You're just like looking to do commentary and you're again thinking about doing commentary, then it really is just like fucking do it. Like, there are so
Mhm.
many online tournaments, like, um, throughout multiple different fighting games. Of course, like BBTAG, we're a little bit more of like a smaller scene. So there's less opportunities, but still, even then, there are so many like commentary opportunities that you should just go do it, and like learn to make your way from there. I would say if you're looking to get into offline major commentary and grow into that, then that does require a little bit more of a framing because you're still doing the same steps. You're still like commentating with intention, looking to improve. But there are also things that come in the equation like, um, what is your focus? Like, are you focused on an individual game? Making a commentary reel, depending on like yeah, figuring out how to like make the reel in the first place and like things of that sort, and tailoring your commentary, figuring out your audience, working with different commentary partners. A lot of those things are a lot more like important if you're looking to like break it to like offline commentary and stuff. But like just on the basis of like doing commentary, just do it, man. Or the person, whoever, just do it.
Yeah. And I completely agree with all those points. And like from my own experience, that's how I got into the commentary. I mean, as we discussed, I just asked. Like,
Yeah.
but that I'm glad you brought up the whole commentary VOD like self VOD review thing because honestly, I kind of thought that was just something I did.
No.
uh, yeah, like I did that a lot when I first started learning because it was like I VOD review for playing. It's like I'm trying to learn something. Surely I could VOD review my commentary, right? Clueless, and it's like, yeah, you can.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's an honest, great piece of advice, and like it gets over the barrier of like, if you can be comfortable with yourself talking, then like you'll be a lot more comfortable hearing other people hear your voice, because at the end of the day, a lot of people's anxieties about the matters if they sound good come from a lack of self confidence. And if you're able to be comfortable with yourself, then you're gonna be more comfortable just putting yourself out there for opportunities like that. Like trust me, like that initial anxiety when it comes to getting your first commentary gig, it will definitely fade over time. Like if you want to start with a group that you know with, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to go to like somebody you're not super familiar with and be like, "Hey, can I commentate for you guys?" Doesn't have to be anything like that. Of course, like if there's no opportunities that are super convenient for you, then you are going to have to. But like I said, it's just you just have to just do it, and sometimes you have to ask. And I remember one of the advices that I was given when I was starting out, I can't remember to who, is just slap on a tournament that you like watching. It could be a VOD or it can be a live tournament, like mute it and just commentate it yourself. Um,
Yes, I
like
agree.
that's and then it goes into the cycle. Then you can VOD review that if you're so inclined to record it. Uh, but yeah, that's a like reviewing yourself is absolutely a great way to learn, and it's very analogous to learning fighting games and just learning anything in general. But like yeah, besides that, um I think some other like commentary advice that I would give, and this is just from like observation from like people who are newer, is like that 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 know-how on when to like stop talking and to when to start talking, I think is one of the hardest things for people to have to learn. And it's something that kind of affects things on the both people on the opposite ends of kind of the personality spectrum, the type of people who don't want to talk too much and the type of people that don't know when to stop talking. I think that's
Yeah.
the nicest way to put it.
I mean, it's true. I mean, identifying those. I was subconsciously mentioning it when I was going on my rant earlier, but like, there's a natural like flow or rhythm to commentary, or like in a sense, you're having a. I don't really know the way to describe it, but you are still having a conversation with another person when you are doing commentary. And finding those points of like when you leave space for them to come in is a skill that can be tough for in both ways. Like it can be tough, like if you are a reserve that don't have a lot to say, to like fill in those spaces, and if you have like a lot to say, to figure out those spaces of where you like cut out. Um, And in a game like BBTAG, this alludes to something I was saying earlier as well. Like that was a real issue I had when I was doing my first offline positions, is that I couldn't shut the fuck up. I'm just like um being challenged with trying to present these all this information I've learned over 2 years to an audience that like probably does not know this information, and not knowing how to be concise and giving an opportunity for my co-commentator to like jump in there. So um yeah, it's a skill. I think that like if that's a skill that you like struggle with uh, initially, it's fine. I think that those types of things, like that's why you just have to go out and just like do it, because it's like you don't know the problems you have, or like if they're problems at all, until like you try. And then just having that open-minded like growth mindset, and like listening back, and if you just feel like, damn, I sure am talking a lot, um you'll be able to notice these things and just like make those like slight adaptations, and figure out like where to leave gaps and where to pause, and where for people to jump in. And um again, in BB tag, I think it's tougher than a lot of other or like it's more necessary of a skill to have in BBTAG than other games, because you could have BBTAG games that last like 30 seconds, right? And you don't want to go on for a 30-second run on sentence and have your co-commentator say nothing for that entire game, because it's just like, wow, they missed out on like a game of like analysis. So it's tough. It's very hard to explain these things because they're very like um subconscious in a sense, but they are very identifiable. But again, they can only really be identified through practice. And that's why it's so important to put yourself out there and have the footage to work with in the first place to identify those potential issues.
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's a problem that like as we keep on repeating, like is as long as you're very active on improving yourself, it it usually goes away. People do it differently. People like to stop their sessions at different times. But usually the tell has a general same sense of they've stopped talking, like they're like passing you the ball basically.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I've definitely worked with a lot of people that are learning out with commentary, and that's always the thing I think they struggle the most with, and it's it can be okay. I don't know how to phrase this in any like positive like quote unquote politician way, but it can be pretty frustrating, you know, as a as a commentator to have to deal with somebody who talks too much or talk too little, right? Like
I I've been on both ends of the spectrum. I've also I've experienced both ends of the spectrum of that frustration, and I'm also sure I have delivered both ends of the spectrum throughout my commentary journey. So
yeah, I absolutely think the same way too. Like there's had to be a moment where I've yapped too much or yapped too little.
mhm.
Yeah, it's that's that that in and of itself is like one of my I guess it's I don't know if it's a pet peeve because I think for anyone if you feel like whoever you're working with isn't necessarily like giving you space to do your thing, it can no it can be frustrating, and usually like like it's usually not their fault, especially if you're working with somebody like somebody new. So like there's always that like lighting in a tunnel, and you know that's part of the reason why I wanted to talk about it in this first place, is because like I mean there's the selfish reason of like I could be working with somebody who's listening to this in the future, and I want you to get imparted with that information so we can commentate smoothly together. Ooh. But like
Yeah.
on a serious note too, it's just like yeah, I know that that this can be a struggle for a lot of people, and as much as it peeves me, it's a learning experience, and we should definitely always take note of those and like just um seek to improve them when necessary.
Yeah. My sentiments exactly. Yeah, and I mean it's also like if you're getting into commentary uh after you have like finished your position, asking your co-commentator like, how did I do? Is there anything I could improve on? What did you think? Or anything like that is also very not only a good idea, but also very normal.
Hmm.
As I was saying earlier, commentary has just become much more of a craft nowadays.
Hmm.
And so the amount of people that are wanting to improve as commentators in fighting games, at least, is probably the highest that it's ever been. So yeah, you are not out of place or out of line if like after you do your commentary session, you just ask your co-commentator or the people that like hired you like how did you did. That's very normal. So I would say like don't be afraid to like open that line of communication, be open to critique. I recommend doing it as soon as possible after your commentary gig ends, and letting as little space as like don't like hit somebody up like a week later and be like, so how did I do? Like um yeah, I mean like I mean, fuck it. This is my guy. Like Dave. Shout out to Dave one time. I will leak his government. I think he's going a lot by Dave nowadays. He's been on the commentary grind as of late for both Grand Blue and BBTAG. And one thing I really admire about his work ethic is anytime that we have done a commentary session together, or even not, sometimes it's just like if he's doing commentary, he knows that I'm watching. Pretty much immediately after he's done, or not more than a day after he's done, he'll hit me up and be like, "So, how do you think I did? Is there anything that I could have worked on?" And like, it makes it so like simple for me to give him advice because it's fresh in my head. Like it just happened, and it leaves like less area of opportunity for me to like forget about anything. So, and I mean, it's also just like by asking those questions, you're opening up the because again, there's so many parallels with like how you go about improving in commentary and how you go about improving in fighting games. It's just like after you play or at least this is how I am. After I play a set with someone, um, and we say like GGs or whatever, like uh, I may not always jump in and start giving them advice if I feel like there's advice to be given, unless I like know the person like that, or if I know that they're open to advice. If it's just like a complete stranger, I might just say GG's and then just like keep it moving unless they like ask a question. And like once they open up that, break that barrier and like ask a question, then I'll be more inclined to give them advice in that moment and probably in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel like that barrier does have to be broken if you do want to be open to receiving that critique. So that's something I wanted to put out there as well.
Yeah, it's like if uh chances are like you might not have a consistent commentary partner, but like more than likely in a scene as small as ours, you'll probably work with that person again. So creating a rapport with a fellow commentator too can help to just help in that aspect too. And like trust me when I say this, like uh your quality of commentary will improve the more you like the person you're actually commentating
That's yeah,
with.
that is true.
So having a positive outlook, even if it's just not even a not even like a like as friends, but just as like a like as a quote unquote like business associate or something like that. If you're trying to keep it all professional, even having that positive rapport with them is just gonna help your mood more. You're gonna be a lot more awake. You're gonna be a lot more willing to like learn too, um, and just being able to like ask questions like openly with somebody can really just open the door to that. Now granted, uh I like no one in the scene I've commentated with this applies to, but I know that out there are going to be people that are always just going to be grumpy and like not want to give you advice. But like I hope those people are very few and far between. But like still, don't necessarily be deterred by those people either. Too, I'm sure like somebody out there that will be able to give advice. It's just about asking somebody, but ideally your commentary partner.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I think like for the most part, like that's a good amount of the advice that I would want to cover, but there is somewhat of a maybe spicy topic I'd like to talk about. But
Ooh, okay.
what are your commentary pet peeves, whether as a viewer or as a as a co-commentator?
Oh man, commentary pet peeves. Let me think about this one.
If you want me to like give an example of one of mine, just
Sure, sure, sure.
yeah. So what are my commentary pet peeves, both as a viewer as a co-commentator, is when your co-commentary partner does the whole like I would have done this, or like
Oh,
or like they should have done that, like they know better. Um,
oh yeah.
you you can have you can say that in a way that comes off as a lot less pretentious. I think. Um, naturally, uh, without naming anybody in particular, Yosuro 7.
Damn.
No, we like. If you're listening to this, Yosuro, no actual hard feelings, but it's kind of tradition. It's kind of tradition to dunking you at this point. But like, in all seriousness, Yosuro 7 will do some whack ass freaking thing sometimes, and we can't help but just say, "How is this guy so ass?" You know, stuff like that is going to happen, and I would like to differentiate that kind of like established like um we kind of just accepted at WNF like Yosuro 7 is a man to be dunked on for his plays.
Yeah,
Not
I mean to set the record straight on that, like I'm one of the more vocal people who have shat on Yusuro for years now, but in all like he is a good player. And don't worry, this is extended beyond BBTAG and into Melty as well because he was a good player in Melty as well, and I would still dunk on the guy. But that's just because like that was just like the thing they established rapport. I haven't like talked to Yusuro a lot. Well, I've talked about it a little bit more like in the past, but like I would hope that it's established that like when there are dunking any type of dunking things that are happening, it isn't just. Um, but yeah, I mean he is a good player. Like I could fully say that no like there's no like layers of true honest like dunking on user that are happening with well, there is, but it's in jest. It's like an established rapport relationship there of why that's happening. Like,
yeah. That's like that I think for us that's one of the main examples. Eric too
oh, fuck
is
that guy.
in case anyone doesn't know who Eric is, that's Mr. Acer. But yeah, like anyways, I bring those people up because those are very different types of judgmental commentary that I want to differentiate from the style of commentary of doing like I would have done this or you should have done that peeves me because those are established rapports and like we're the fighting game community is naturally a little more like trash talk inclined and we've established like trash talking and jest is perfectly fine but when you do stuff like that it can come off as a little disrespectful right to the player like you haven't necessarily especially if you haven't necessarily established that rapport to somebody and like I know this is like a topic about pet peeves and so this might not apply to everybody but like when people do stuff like that it can definitely come off as a little bit rude or overbearing, regardless if that is your intention or not. But that is definitely one of my peeves. Like I think removing the I from commentary, there is no I in commentary, but like removing like I statements from commentary is a pretty important thing not only for professional purposes like in professional settings you don't really use I statements that much but especially in commentary it can definitely come off as maybe it can come off as rude to some people and then like of course insisting that like a misplay happened and that like they should have done something else is also something I don't find like a helpful way. You can comment on that like this was a weird play or this was an abnormal play or I don't think um um I how am I trying to phrase this? Like, you could say you don't think that was necessarily like a great decision, but you need to intellectualize those statements in some way if you are going to make like you should have or I would have statements. But I don't know. But what's your opinion
Yeah.
on that?
No, 100%. I'm glad that you brought that up as an example because I was struggling thinking of anything, but as soon as you said like the first 5 words, I was just like, oh yeah, I hate that. I, um, identifying areas of opportunity or missed opportunities. I do think is a critical part of commentary, because that's something that you want to make sure is being showcased to the viewer, and it can inform decisions later on down the line. Like if somebody like drops a combo or was going for a particular setup and they didn't quite execute it on it properly, or um something of that sort, or they're like in a situation and they just like misread it entirely, or just like those types of things. I think all that stuff really matters. So I do actually think it's really important to deliver that information to the viewer. It's fully a matter of how you deliver it and what your intent behind it is. And so I'm in full agreement with you that like dunking on someone or saying like, man, that was such a dumb decision, or like, I definitely would not have done that. Like it would have been like, I would have done this if that were me, or like, um, why did they do this? Like things of that sort. Like it's definitely ill advised to fall on those statements. Um, when you're doing like a commentary thing. Now I will like listen. WNF, like I said, it feels like home, and it's been like a lot more. I've been a lot more laid back on it like nowadays, but like I'm also like adapting to like whoever I am on the mic with. Like if I were like, I'll put it this way, if I were in like doing WNF commentary with like somebody that I know is like trying to take commentary seriously, like as a craft or something, like I'm going to adapt to that, and I will deliver like quality, like my quality work, right? But it, like nowadays, WNF, I'm just kind of vibing, so like I'm just saying shit, bro. So like the things that I'm saying now of like saying like I have definitely said a fella like me would have just did X X Y and Y on like WNF commentary nowadays, but like I'm literally just like I'm barely doing commentary at that point. I'm just in the Discord VC and I'm surviving, like just talking about the game that I love with the community that I'm very well embedded in and can say these types of statements with because I kind of know everybody in the scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, generally like that's not like the way to go if you're trying to treat commentary as a craft. It's definitely more of an angle of again presenting that information to the viewer and kind of establishing the significance behind it and educating, as we were saying earlier. So you can say things like, wow, I'm surprised that they ended up going for this. This option was available, but did not end up going for it. Could be a matter of X, Y, and Z as to why they didn't go for it. Could be a matter of nerves. Could be a matter of yada, yada, yada. Trying to identify why that wasn't the case. You can go at it at an angle of like, oh, they ended up opting for this. I think there was an area of opportunity where they could have done this instead. Like you're coming at it from trying to do it in an analytical point of view and not like a shitting on someone point of view. um, and again, I do think I do think pointing these things out are important, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you do see something that is like a mistake or there were some opportunities for refinement, um, those things should be pointed out because you can pick up on those things later when maybe the situation presents itself and they make the same mistake, or the situation presents itself and they do it correctly this time. Like those are very easy wins to have in commentary, so long as you set yourself up properly.
Mm-hmm. Like definitely. Like there have been more than a couple occasions where my head is just like, you're insane for doing that play. But when I'm
Hmm.
on commentary and like I have to intellectualize it somehow, it's usually just a matter of like your tone, your just general like sentence just structure, and like if I'll be honest, even when I'm seriously commentating, there's some moments where you gotta just dunk on somebody, and like,
I mean, yeah.
like
Honestly, I mean, like, vibe and reading the room is important, and like vibe is just kind of like one of those unspoken things we were speaking of previously. But like, by all means, yeah. Sometimes dunking has to happen, man.
yeah. But I think in those situations too, there is a right way to go about it. You can I think in those situations where you have to just in your soul you just like freaking like somebody like missed the game winning combo like 4 times in a row and you just gotta crash out on them or something like that. You should present it in a way that's energetic. Um it's presented in a way that isn't trying to be pretentious. You're treating yourselves as if you were in the audience, and you're giving them the "Why the frick did you do that?" like type of tone of voice because I think when you do something like that, you're for one, you're taking it less seriously, which is sometimes important for what you say on commentary. Not everything that you do say in a commentary session should be taken seriously.
I have
I
a I have a perfect example of this that just happened over the weekend.
go
Um,
ahead.
I was commentating Risk. I was commentating Grand Blue and 2XKO. There was a match that happened in Grand Blue Rising. Keep in mind, this is an Arc World Tour event. All right, so this is like 4 Arc World Tour points. It's a gold event. Like this is an Arxis affiliated event. So there was a particular match. It was between Nier Gojira, which is one of our local SoCal 2B players. They were going up against one of our local Charlotta players. I can't remember their tag. Their name escapes me at the moment. But in the set, and for those that aren't super familiar with Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising, my apologies. I'll do my best to explain these mechanics. But Raging Strike is a move that is reactable. Like it's like 20, it's on the edge of reactability. It's like 26 frames or whatever. But it's like an unblockable guard crush that if it makes contact with you, you get a full combo, right? The correct option to deal with Raging Strike is to spot dodge it, right?
Hmm.
So uh the Charlotta player had hit a Raging Strike reset on Niera Gojira, which is like doing a Raging Strike to somebody raw in tournament is like kind of crazy because it's just basically saying like you're not. It's kind of like doing 5C in tournament, but maybe even worse because it's more reactable than 5C if I'm not mistaken.
Oh damn.
um, so like yeah, they did it and like it landed, and so that was like a big like thing when I saw it happen. I'm just like, ain't no way that like bro just Raging Strikes him. It's like it worked. And so I could like I know Niergo Jira as like a person, they're kind of a showman, and they also are willing to make disrespectful plays. So once I saw them get Raging Strike, I just knew in the pit of my soul that they were going to try to land a Raging Strike on this Charlotta player. I just knew it was going to happen. And it didn't happen immediately. It happened like 3 rounds later. So you're talking like 5 minutes later. They had gotten a similar opportunity where they landed a combo in the corner and they tried to hit them. They tried to hit them with basically the same setup. They tried to do a Raging Strike. And the Charlotta player spot dodge. And so like in that moment, I'm sorry, I had to shit on Gojira, bro. Like I had to do it. I had to be like, look at this dude try to go for the revenge Raging Strike because he's still salty that he got hit by it. Like I had to say it, but that's okay. Like that gives context to the viewer of like what's going on, the emotions behind these players, rather than just like the Raging Strike happening and being like, how is he so wise? How did he get hit by the Raging Strike? Or just like fully brushing it off and not like talking about it entirely because now you're just like robbing the viewers of like what's actually going on underneath. Um, there's a time and place. Context really matters, and like as you said, sometimes it is acceptable to like dunk on people or present that context to the viewer because it's like it's necessary, you know.
Hmm. It's like it. I think some like what we call in the business like professional shit talk is is a skill that you would be advised to learn as a commentator. I will not go and say it is a necessary skill, not at all, but I think it adds a lot of color, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, like kind of going on to like onto the topic that we were on like previously. Like yeah, it's all about how you present yourself. And just try to avoid seeming like standoffish for the sake of it. If you're going to criticize a play, which by the way, I know that word has a lot of negative connotation, but when it comes to commentary, criticism is uh like very necessary. Like when you're criticizing a play, it's best to like avoid coming off with a specific tone, just because like most people don't appreciate it, and like especially if you're like kind of in a chill environment, like trust me, like the people that are in the booth too, just like kind of will look at you like okay, dude, you're not playing.
Yeah.
Why did you go show me, buddy? Like like I presented it in a little bit of a joking matter, but like it does affect the environment quite a bit. So like I said, no judgment if you are somebody that does do it. Just be cognizant of how that tone gets presented towards other people. And as I've been saying, environment does matter. Some people are fine with it, but I think it's best to err on people not being fine with it.
Yeah. No, I am in agreement with you there. Through our conversations, I have come up with a couple of different pet peeves that
Hmm.
I have been able to recall. One of which is um the comment. I would say earlier that commentary is a conversation. I definitely have had commentary partners that do not see commentary as conversation.
Oh
So
God.
like in my growth as a commentator, I feel like I have adopted a lot of different strategies to just like um, bring my commentator in to the conversation at hand and calling back to things that they have mentioned within their previous statements or things that have happened before, and just like making sure that we're like having like some areas where we meet in the middle there, right?
Hmm.
And I definitely have commentated with people that just like are oblivious or just like do not care about that, and they are just like essentially just only engaging with the game and not engaging with me, and it makes for a really, the only way I can describe it is stiff, just a very very stiff experience. um and that's hard, man. Like you can try your best to like circumvent that by like just asking like very like direct questions, um but then it almost feels like you're doing an interview at that point, and like where do you come in and uh like kind of prevent your own point of view? They're just like not like interacting like with you at all, and so um i'm definitely not a I'm definitely not a fan of that, especially since like my commentary style nowadays is so collaborative. Um I love bigging people up. Like if they like taught me something like in the moment, or if they like pointed out something that's like a really big critical point of the match, like I want to make it really obvious to them that like that's a good thing to point out and like point to it in commentary, and really obvious to the viewer that like, yo, my co-commentator just made this slam dunk analysis. Look at them. They're fucking sick. Um
Get out
so
the
like that's like
champagne
a
bottles.
exactly. Like I that's a really big aspect of my commentary now, is listening to my co-commentator. Um and kind of like building upon that, establishing a conversation, telling a story, and referencing that in like later points. So when that's taken away from me, you know that gif of the guy that's like talking to the wall and he's like trying to reason with the brick
Yeah,
wall?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, when my commentary feels that way, it's just like, oh shit, man. Like this feels so bad. Like
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I can't remember if I've ever had a commentary partner that was like that. I think I've been blessed with not having an experience that was like, wow, this person doesn't seem like they like me. Yeah, I guess is the best way I would put it in my very like socially
I've
anxious
had that.
brain.
Oh my god. I don't
Oh,
want to get too deep into that, but like not necessarily talking to a brick wall, but commentating with someone that I know actively dislikes me. I will not I will not say names, but I have definitely done that before. And what you were saying earlier about commentating with people you like being really important, I can attest it's very fucking important.
oh
Oh
God, bless your soul for that. I
man.
but but yeah. Do you have any other pet peeves that you thought of or?
Well, I guess on that same notion of commentating with people that you that like don't like you, um, you were talking about uh commentators putting down players is not a good thing. I also don't like commentators tearing down other commentators, man.
Oh God.
I have definitely been on the receiving end of that, uh like mid block, not like I'm like, this is like you are live, like you are being told like your joke is ass, or like what you just said was like is completely wrong, and not it not being like delivered properly. It's just like being delivered and like what was that like type of thing, like that I hate that. I've definitely been on the receiving end of that. Like again, context matters. Like if it's in a if okay, this is truly a context matters moment. Okay, one of the biggest slam dunks I have ever received, and I think I will ever receive in my life, is a very, very infamous moment, still talked about to this day. Whenever every now and then when I talk to this person, is Evo 2024. There's a positive story, by the way. There's not an example of like dunking like bad. There's dunking like legendary, memorable. Evo 2024, BBTAG top 6. All right. Keep in mind, all right, I need to paint the picture here because not everybody was at Evo. All right. So Evo 2024 BBTAG was held on the side game stage, which is in the middle of the fucking venue, right? It's like literally in the middle of the venue. We have house mics. So almost everybody in the venue can hear this shit. Like it is like very loud. Um, almost louder than like some of like the main stages. Like this is like a main attraction like type of thing. So BB Tag is just here, and we're vibing. And my lovely co-commentator Church,
Mm-hmm.
we had a killer block, a hell of a block. But there's a very infamous moment in this block. I can't remember who was playing. I think it was Hashimo. It was either Hashimo versus Kiyomi or Hashimo versus Ryazo, where there was a combo happening, and I thought it wasn't going to kill, and it ended up killing. And like I was just wrong, and then like I actually like admitted to myself being wrong. Like, whoops, my bad. That ended up like killing. And Church's response was because I had mentioned earlier in the block, like on live, like I had been playing like a lot of gacha games lately, and she did a callback from like an hour ago saying like, "Looks like you've been playing too many gacha games lately, Atkins." I'm just like, "What the fuck?" Like I was completely like bodied in the moment, but like it was just like so hilarious. Like it was such a funny thing to like just make fun of me missing a call that it ended up being like one of my favorite commentary moments ever. Like it was just like so funny. I have to this day never been so at a loss for words and so caught off guard by my co-commentator saying some shit than that moment alone. Because it's just like I was not expecting it. It's also just like given like the moment itself and like where we're at and what is happening, like I was just not prepared to like handle that. But like what ended up coming of it was just like so beautiful and so funny, and that's because like we have that rapport. Like we can make jokes like that. I hope she's not listening to this because I've said to this day I'm gonna fucking get her back. I don't know when it's gonna be. I don't know when it's gonna be or how it's gonna be, but like when she least expects it, I'm going to get her back. But yeah, I figured I would share that.
Yeah, that's cool, and I really you bring up something that I haven't really thought about, which is like kind of in narrative like commentary stories where it's like um I don't know, you set a precedent for the night and just like somehow the story keeps on unfolding because like I my memory this is a forward my memory like really sucks with memory specific details, but like just hearing that I know we've had so many nights when we commentated WNF where there's just a theme. Like
Yes.
there's just a theme for the night. And we somehow like the theme keeps on happening. Usually it's cursed. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Usually it's horribly cursed. Like um since you bring church as an example, one of the things I remember is for some reason with like when I was commentating with her, we just kept on doing like Stuart like Little versus like Ratatouille power scaling. That was the theme of the night.
All right, all I'm learning for this is the church is the most cursed commentator.
I think she might. We love church, but I think she has some just some energy, I guess. Just like she knows how to tell a good story. Apparently mine was mouse power scaling.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, I'm really trying to rack my brain for a specific moment that like we had something like that together because I know we have dozen, but I think because of how
Dude,
many we have, it's just like I don't remember them.
yeah, it's just all mush at this point. I would have to like actually go back and listen to like recall some of the shenanigans or like look at clips or something. I don't know, but it is definitely like the thing that you're saying about the theme is completely right. But you're right. We had such a high volume of them that I can't recall any particular one between me and you at this point because it's just man.
Yeah, like I think one of those themes, like I mean, it's personal to me, but like I'm cursed. Like I'm genuinely just like every BB tag bracket I commentate has a 75% chance of something going wrong. Last night, something went wrong. As soon as I hopped into the call, I know you were watching WF last night, but were you there for when E30's like power just like took a dump on itself?
I wasn't. No, I played last night, and then as soon as I was eliminated, I went to video editing, so I missed it.
Okay, so basically last night, I have school, so I can't be on time for commentary. So I decided to just fill in because it was just a cheap in E30. Um, I kid you not, like 5 minutes as soon as I got into the call, E30's internet just crapped itself. So the stream died. And on top of that too, a couple minutes later, my internet died.
Oh my god.
So like as soon as I just hopped in, I'm just like, ugh, I can't commentate something without something going wrong. And I know that like that was a theme that was developed at some point in time. Like, no, it's not necessarily like specifically with you because like it follows me around. But like
Right.
I swear to God, I commentated Dawn, and Dawn only does like PlayStation brackets, and I commentated for him, and his just it just the bracket just or the PSN servers just decided to just die for some reason. I'm just like, I can't help it.
Oh my gosh.
I yeah, I'm cursed. Um that's a pet peeve of myself. Well, I gotta stop doing this. Like
Damn, the self pet peeve.
oh my god, I days without incident is freaking zero. Um anyway, that's a big brand aside, but it is relevant to commentary because this happens every single time.
Insanity.
uh but yeah, just like going going back on the main topic, like pet pet peeves for commentary are really hard for me to distinguish because I don't know when the pet peeves like ends and like actual just genuine like bruh begins. Like uh
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's also some. That's why I struggled to think of any initially because some pet peeves are just like things that you are gonna have to work around. And at the end of the day, they don't end up becoming pet peeves. That's just like somebody's commentary style. But I mean, there are some like commentary do's and don'ts, and like those don'ts when they appear. You feel them, and like you can feel things kind of like getting derailed or like being like a real big thorn in the side, or as I said, somebody being stiff, like things of that sort. And so um it's hard to think of them on the spot, but like as you said, commentary is like a vibes thing. When they do present itself, it's indistinguishable. It's just like, bro, what is happening right now? Like,
it's like it's like some people are just unreadable, I swear. Like I can't call that a pet peeve, like the unreadable people, like the people that kind of like I can't say swap styles, but like you just you think they're giving you you think they're passing the torch to you, and then like
oh my god, I know
they
what you're talking about.
they just like they do a 360 turn, and then they still keep on running on the track, and then at some point you're just waiting, you're like hand behind your back like, yeah, give me the torch, give me the torch, and then it just like it's not that like they keep on talking. It's like sometimes they just like stop, and it's just like, do I gotta go over there to you to like pick up with what you're doing, and then they start moving, and then it's awkward because then you have to stop. It's like that for me is one of the most awkward experiences to have.
Yes, the offbeat commentator. I have a name for it. That is what I call the offbeat commentator, where you can't get a read of when they're going to stop. They create, like I said, commentary is a flow. It's a rhythm. It's definitely like a kind of a, as you said, pass the torch or like pass the ball. We're using all these
Olymp- Olymp-
similes, figures of
Olympic,
speech.
yeah, I don't know,
Yeah, yeah.
analogies.
There we go. That's the word. Yeah, we're using all these analogies to kind of explain the thing, but there's no word for the thing truly because it is kind of like a vibes thing. But like the best way I can explain is like there's like a very established rhythm, or it's not actually established. It's a rhythm or flow that you like form with your co-commentator in the moment that is expected to go some type of way, like as a conversation would flow. It's just like we're doing now on this damn podcast. It's like you will stop speaking and I will jump in and then I will start speaking and then like that is the flow. And
Hmm.
then like an offbeat commentary path is just like you like they just stop speaking abruptly when you like don't expect it. And they're just like, do I jump in? And then you jump in and then you leave the space for them to come back in and then they don't. And you're like, do I jump back in or not? Sometimes they may even like, and because like that flow is just like interrupted, intentionally or unintentionally, a lot of interruptions can have happen because of that, where like somebody talks over somebody else. Um, Again, usually by accident. And it's because like that flow, that rhythm is not being followed, and the person's like unreadable. Um, and then how you navigate those unfortunate instances where people talk over one another is also nuanced of like, do you continue with your thought or do you give the space? How do you get the space? How do you signal that? um this shit is even, I think this shit is harder virtually online, at least like offline commentary. There's like hand signals and like things that like body language, a lot of things that you can do that like help alleviate some of these things. It still happens. But there are some other things that like you could do as tells to dissuade these occurrences, but offbeat commentary is a real thing.
Yeah, like I've had the unfortunate reality of just like, okay, they've stopped talking. It's my turn to start because like I have my own idea of when that signal is, but some people just have long pauses for their like they put the period in their sentence and it's like four periods, right? And I'm only putting one. Like
Yeah.
so some people just like some people talk like that and like I'm not used to that type of style, and it's kind of hard for me to conceptualize working on that because like the pot like the internal clock that I have, it's like a one like no longer than like a 2 second, but like longer than like a half a second pause. That's usually like, oh, it's my turn type of deal. But everyone has their different timings and everyone has their different flows. Some people have like really short windows, some people have really long windows, and that is I think one of the hardest things to understand, like how how big are their how big are their pauses uh in their sentence between their sentences.
And that stuff matters again, just bringing it back to BBTAG and some of the things I was mentioning earlier with the challenges of commentating this game. It's so fast, right? It's so fast. So those extended long pauses is just like valuable downtime that's being missed, that's reducing both of the area of opportunity that you have to speak in such a condensed space to begin with, because it's a fucking BB tag match. So um I think that's why like I definitely understand what you were saying. Like those four period pauses are definitely awkward to work around when you're so used to like a one period like type of pause. Because I think that is the default for like faster games or like BB tag as a whole. Is to present your thought or present your statement as concisely and efficiently as possible, to get in, get out, provide the analysis, and let your co-commentator jump in so they can have some input, and they all just like build off of each other, and it's like it's speed chess, like you're like working off of each other, um, because the match is because it's fucking BBTAG, right? I've commentated a lot of different things. I can say that like Street Fighter commentary is completely different.
Hmm.
Um, there's so much downtime because it could take forever for somebody to hit somebody. I mean, Street Fighter 6, like Drive Rush exists, so I actually think in comparison, like Street Fighter 5, for example, um, there can be some more nuances to talk about in terms of like drive gauge management and like things of that sort. I won't get too nerdy with it, but no matter what, it's a lot slower than BB Tag. There's a lot less actions per 10 seconds that's happening in a match of Street Fighter 6 in comparison to a match of BB Tag. Um, so because you have like those long drawn out sequences, the style that you approach Street Fighter compared to BB Tag has less to do with like doing these quick analysis points and getting in and getting out and allowing for your co-commentator to jump in to make sure they can say a word. And sometimes the challenge of Street Fighter is like figuring out what to say. Like why are they shimmying back and forth? What options are they looking for? What are some things that both players have to keep in mind for when action does happen? What action can potentially happen, and those aspects are present in BB Tag as well, but they happen at such a quicker pace that it's just a completely different flow and vibe, you know.
Yeah, and I have uh relatively limited like experience commentating with other games, but I know we mentioned Type Lumina when it came out, but I commentated for that game a couple times. I mean, I commentated quite a notorious uh, Type Lumina
True.
tournament. I
True, one of the legendary Nyantlet commentators, dude. Oh my god.
uh that oh god. Without like going too in depth with it, if you want to talk about like the vibe of like nobody gives a crap type of commentary style, go watch that because that was I think that was some of the most like fun commentary I ever did because like the entire tournament was scuffed, so the commentary had to match that and like oh boy.
It was by design. It is.
uh
There's a reason why there hasn't been a second one. Me and Paul come to the conclusion that it's one of a kind. It can't be replicated. Like,
yeah, I firmly believe it can't be, but like yeah, even commentating the regular game, I just knew and felt how different like Type Lumina by no means is a like slow game, but I would surprise to say it's slower than BB Tag. So I had to adapt a lot of things, and I'd probably say it's a lot easier to slow down than to speed up. Would you agree with that?
yes, in a sense, it depends on the game. And this is where game knowledge really comes into play because do need to know what to say. Grand Blue also falls into this line of ideology of what I was talking about with Street Fighter. It's like since you do have those long pauses at times where people are trying to um, deduce what they're looking for, it is on you to kind of recognize the impact of people's decisions and what can potentially happen and give you some insight and some context and make sure that you have things to say. So, yeah, I would agree with the notion of like slowing down is a lot easier than speeding up because you just have more space to say the things that you want to say and it's a bit less chaotic. But it does put more integrity and responsibility on yourself to make sure that you have insightful things to say. Also, like without repeating yourself too much or making sure that you're building upon and just like being prepared for the situation at hand because you know it can listen. I've commentated a lot of different aspects of games. Like I've commentated like games where they're like a little bit more underdeveloped and there's like timeouts happening every single round. Um, it can present challenges of trying to fill space for that long. So
Yeah. Um. In some ways, I guess I'm because I've been blessed with BB tag commentary as well as cursed with BB tag commentary because like these tag fighting games are like a whole different beast when it comes to just analyzing and by extension commentating. Like I think I mentioned earlier, it's just like BB Tag is a game where I feel perfectly fine in my commentary that it's not weird for me to have one thought and that thought immediately gets slammed out the door because some like whack ass thing just happened.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine. And even in the scope of BB Tag commentary, something that I have learned is that there is okay for stuff not to be said for a period of time, just in tag that period of time is way shorter than a lot of other games, right? Like, um,
Mm.
of course, you want to avoid awkward silence. I would never want there to be more than like 5 seconds of nothing to be said in any game. And I think BB Tag is like, I don't know. I can't really give a number like 3, 4 seconds. Like, so it's a little bit faster than that five. Even still, those pauses are important to help just restabilize things. But even then, like, with just how fast paced it is, it can be really hard to keep up with certain things, and that's one of the things that I've accepted about commentating things. And I'm kind of curious of your opinion on that matter, though. Is do you prefer fast paced games over slow paced games when it comes to commentary, or like the other way around?
Um, that's a good question. I I like both. I guess it's hard to. I guess this also comes down to the type of games I've been playing lately, and like the games that I enjoy commentating are naturally the games I enjoy playing, and like a lot of the games I've been playing lately are fast paced games. Like it's 2XKO and BB Tag, which are both like quite fast paced. For the most part, 2XKO like we won't talk about 2XKO. But I will say, after doing risk commentary for 2XKO, there are a lot of parallels to 2XKO commentary and BB Tag commentary that kind of felt at home in a lot of ways because things can get very chaotic. Interactions do happen quite fast, and there is also that dance of figuring out what analysis points you want to do and how long they can be before the next interaction happens. It feels very BB Tag esque. Um, Slower games, I guess I'll say that like this leads into what I was talking about previously with slower games. It's like I do also love doing slower games if I'm like really into the game. Um,
Hmm.
so like Idle Showdown, for example, I love commentating Idle Showdown. I'm a little bit less into the meta than I was previously when that game was basically my life for like a year. That's a
Hmm.
completely different story. But yeah, commentating for that game I found super fun because I just it is a slower game in comparison to BB Tag for sure. Uh but there's so many nuances at play because of I think just the way that the game is made, like it's an indie game. It's not like a AAA title, so there's like a lot of these niche micro interactions and like tech that a lot of people don't know about. And I love having that space to kind of explain those things to the viewer. We're
Hmm.
talking things that like maybe 7 people in the community know about. Like only if you're like a hyper sweat and like are trying to like win an idol showdown tournament, you may know how this nuance works. And like being able to like have the space to explain things like that in idol showdown commentary is like really cool. Um, so yeah, I have an affinity for both. I don't know if I prefer one over the other, but yeah, I would say like for slower paced commentary, I definitely enjoy it a lot if I'm like really really digging the game. And the games I can think about that have fit into that spectrum are Idle Showdown, early Fatal Fury. I've kind of fallen off of Fatal Fury lately, but like early Fatal Fury, I was a really big fan of. And Vanilla Grand Blue for sure. Not so much
Hmm.
Rising, but Vanilla Grand Blue. So yeah.
All right, yeah. I think in theory for me, like I I think I would probably prefer a slower paced game.
Mm.
That being said, I grew my commentary style in BBTAG.
Yeah.
So, um I think for me, like with how my personality and style is, I would be more inclined for the slower pace games where I have a lot of time to be more inquisitive in my commentary, right? Like just have that all that time to explain. But since I just like BB tag is my home and BB tag is my style, I just think like nowadays, like if something is a little too slow, then like I don't know exactly how to handle it, even though in theory with my style it should work out more. It's just like it's very much just a product of the environment that I learned commentary in, and like I've just adapted my like more inquisitive, like more informative commentary style to a fast paced game like BB Tag, where if I were to go at a slower paced game in BB Tag, I would be worried about keeping or I would be worried about making things a little too concise than they than or I guess the better way to put it is like I wouldn't be making a use of the extra space that I do have to be able to really say everything that I need to be, because my mindset is the next interaction can come in the next like millisecond, right?
Right. Yeah. On that. So there is a one in I guess it's slightly related. Because I was mentioning 2xKO and how similar the commentary can be to BB Tag, at least in terms of like cadence and how you pick your spots and the ideology you have to have with it. One thing I noticed about doing 2xKO commentary over the weekend that I hate, and you'll be able to relate to this once I identify like outline this concept. So in BB Tag, a common tactic that I know that you use and that I use as well is that, as you said, sometimes there's going to be things that you just can't talk about. The game is going too fast. You identify a point in the match of something that happened that you want to talk about, but you just don't have the space to do so. It could be that your co-commentators talking about something else. Not that what they're talking about isn't important. They may be like talking about something important that needs to be said, but in the time that they have like taken talked about said thing and they don't jump to the thing that just happened on the screen, you have to say, all right, well, we'll have to skip over that and just like, you know, carry on with the match. But one thing that you can do is like either identify something that has happened and say, I'll touch on that a bit later, and then wait for the match to end and then go back to said thing. Or identify that something happened, don't mention it, and then once the match is over in your next game analysis, like while the match is loading up, um, mention that thing, right? So that's a strategy that I use. I know that you use it as well. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and
Definitely.
we have the ability to do that because we play BB Tag, and BB Tag is an old game. So like I didn't really realize this until like I was commentating 2xKO, but like man, BB Tag has a lot of downtime in between games, bruh. Like you
Yeah.
have like the combo that's about to kill, the kill, and then homegirl's like, finish! Ruby, Yumi wins. The black screen. If you're in an online tournament, you're like back to the menu. They got it ready up. Get ready. Like it takes like 30 seconds. So like as a commentator, that 30 seconds is so baller. You could say so much shit in that time to just like really make up for lost ground that may have happened in the match. Like it's awesome. And offline, it's the same thing. The only thing that you skip out on is having to go back to the lobby. You just go back to the rematch screen and you're like locked back in rather than 30 seconds, like 25 seconds. 2xKO doesn't have that.
Mm-hmm.
When the match ends at 2xKO, you get the win animation. You could skip the win animation, instantly rematch, and you have like 5 seconds. And I'm just like, holy shit, this sucks. Like, it's just like you don't have that downtime to like. And the Street Fighter 6 is also notorious for this. It's even quicker. You can have like 1 second. It's actually uncomfortably quick. I don't know if you've seen like a Street Fighter 6 tournament, but like, it transitions to the next game uncomfortably quick if both players are mashing start.
Hmm.
And like 2xKO has some layers of that as well. It's very great for playing because you have minimal load times. You could just like jump to your next match instantaneously, but it's a pain in the ass for commentators. And that's been something I had to adapt with because I've been so like I didn't even know this was a thing. I've been so subconsciously like kind of catered to by BBTAG saying like, hey, this is an old game. Hey, just give us a moment here, buddy, to get things configured. Go ahead and like fill in time, all right? And like that is not how modern fighting games work. You gotta be ready for the next game immediately. There's no in between space at all.
Yeah, that's something you bring a great point there because I've never thought about that either. Of yeah, just BB Tag has so much downtime, especially online, especially when the servers don't want to cooperate, and Lord knows that happens all the time. So
True.
like, yeah, I've like, of course, it's hard to fill in maybe like 5 minutes worth of just talking about analysis of what's going on because, like, quite frankly, like, the BB Tech servers really do be like that sometimes. Uh,
Yeah.
but like even then, still, like if it's just a oh I need to go reconnect the lobby type of deal, that time is great for what I want to yap about, like match dynamics, like player matchup dynamics, maybe even like team composition to think of like I think the only time you would probably have to discuss thing in like modern fighting games if there is a character swap. But if there's a character swap, you kind of have to talk about the character swap, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. It's interesting. So as I said, it's something I'm getting accustomed to, but BB Tag is still in those bad habits for being old.
yeah, but that's definitely a great point of just downtime and what to do with it really because I think that is even for us there are downtime periods where like we can't talk about anything because it's just like wow the port really do be acting up like this and thankfully like for offline events it's not that hugely as big of a deal as far as I know because there are generally less problems uh with just using the hardware instead of using online. Um, but like yeah, just having those downtime periods and what to do with them is think is very important skill to be able to adapt to. And even if you can't talk about the game, it's also just like maybe it's just a showcase of maybe your charisma to be able to like maintain and fill that empty space.
Yeah, that's a super ooh. Yeah, killing downtime is a super necessary skill. I will jump back to something you just said of it like not being presented as often in offline tournaments, which is true. It's definitely not presented as often. However, it can be presented at times. And I will go on record to say that if it is presented at an offline tournament, more often than not, it takes longer than what's happening with the online tournament.
Okay.
um, yeah, typically if there's like a point where you have to like kill time, it could come down to a variety of different things depending on the scale of tournament that you're at. It could be like a player is busy playing another game if you're at like a smaller tournament or like a regional. So that can take who knows how long until they're done with the game. If they just like started, it may take like 10 to 15 minutes if they're throwing the match to run. And they're not going to cut to an ad. You have to be able to kill that 10 to 15 minutes with like the hundreds of people watching. So
Hmm.
that happens. Um, Tech issues happen, and sometimes they can take some time to resolve. Uh, I'm going to bring up this example again, but only because it's the first thing that's sticking out in my mind. I was very impressed. It's going to sound like a glazing session for the commentator, I swear, but I mean, I love this person, so it's fine. EVO 2024. I think it was literally after the first match with Church, dog. I think it was like a fucking 20-minute break because they had some tech issue going on. They're in our ear saying like, "Hey, kill time." They didn't say how long. They just straight up said kill time. And when you hear kill time, that means like kill time until basically like the screen transitions or until you told like we're good. And it was like 20 minutes or like close to around that time where it's just like me and Church are live and we have to kill time. And we ended up talking about so many things. We're talking about Evo. We're talking about Vegas. We're talking about how grateful we are for the opportunity to like have BB Tag on this grand stage. talking about BBTAG itself, talking about how often the game goes on sale, how you can get into the scene, talking about online scenes. Like we had came up with like 10 or 12 or 13 different conversations in the moment. Not pre-rehearsed. We have to just like do this thing to kill time so the tournament can go along. So that is a very difficult skill to have down as a commentator. That again doesn't present itself often in offline environments, but is something that you have to be able to do. And I was impressed with Church in that moment because she hadn't had like a lot of experience with doing stuff like that, at least from a commentary point of view. But I think because of her streaming and like she's a insane streamer. I mean that in the best way possible in terms of like the hours that she puts in and how endlessly energetic and conversational she could be for those hours on end. I think that skill helped her naturally be able to fill in time in that moment as well as she did, because that is really, really fucking hard to do. So
Yeah, like for 20 minutes to be able to fill time in a relevant manner, like yeah, I'm impressed that you guys were able to do that because like I think for when you said when you said like people waiting for games, I'm sure you remember the early WNF online era where we'd have to wait for Josuke.
oh my god, yes. That was so, dude, what's so funny about that is it was just a continuation from WWF offline. He would do that at the in-person local. And we like go to online where there shouldn't be a problem. And it's the same shit. I'm like, there's no way I'm not actually at my local and it's a pandemic and I'm online and I still have to wait for this motherfucker to finish playing Guilty Gear. What the hell is this? Like,
Yeah,
oh my god.
it's funny from my perspective too because like um as I was mentioned earlier in the podcast, like I didn't get into the scene until post pandemic, so I didn't know about like Josuke doing that. But boy, did learn. It was like, um, oh god, and like when I was especially like starting out, it was like some of the more awkward experiences to have because I'm just trying to learn here, and it's like these dead periods were awkward, and like I'm not a particularly good uh like at starting like specific conversations. So it was just like I just remember like just sitting there and just hoping whoever I was commentating with, like usually you, just like we would just talk about stuff. Like I don't know, like pizza or like our favorite chocolate bar or something like that. I just
Yeah.
remember having those conversations because we would genuinely be waiting for so long. I think the longest we ever waited was like maybe like almost an hour for
Yeah.
just for Josuke. Um, and I mean, thankfully too, like because it's a Discord call, we have two other people that have like a conversation with like E30 and Cheap usually. So it's not like it was just us, but like even still, it's just like I remember those experiences back in the day and how like awkward it was and how hard it was for to get through those.
I I actually kind of forgot about those times until you brought them up, and I'm mad about them all over again. I love you, Josuke, but god damn it, bro.
Why are you so good at games? Can you like be worse so we can get on with the night?
Seriously.
Yeah. This was thankfully too because this was like West Coast lock, so we I remember we had to move WNF.
That's right. I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Holy dude, that is something that I think the modern BB type player may not even know. Our tournaments used to be region locked. Like you couldn't
Yeah.
enter WNF if you were on the East Coast before we got rolled back.
Not even East Coast, like I think our cutoff was Texas, I think.
Yeah, it was like basically it was like California, Arizona, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Colorado, and then like Texas derogatory. Like Texas if you're Gatorade, but if you're not Gatorade or raising an eyebrow, you're in, I guess. It's fine. Oh, wait, no, there was a couple of other there's a couple other people that they're like Texas is like it's fine, but like That was the most. Oh my god, this happened in every scene. The Texas dilemma. Every scene hated having Texas being allowed for the region lock tournaments. So it was always a middle child situation of like Texas is for West Coast. No, Texas is for East Coast. Like
Oh
I
yeah.
forgot this stuff happened until you. I forgot WNF was region locked until just now. That was a real thing.
We like you had to wipe away the memory we were on delay based.
Yes. And yeah, that was the thing for BBTAG and Chill. It was just like there's 4 different tournaments. Because you had like BBTAG and Chill PS4 West Coast and BBTAG and Chill PS4 East. My God. My God. I remember Guzman tried doing like some regional like tournaments at the time, and every time that he would try, everybody was like, yo, this sucks. It was like oh my God. That was 4 years
uh
ago.
uh how time has it feels so long ago and yet ever ever so quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh but like yeah, just like so many formulative things going on in the freaking delay based era of BBTAG. You remember we used to do Parsec too. That was our PC workaround because the PC port sucked that much.
I do remember that. I've also played Parsec like in recent times, and it felt like ass. But at the time, it was better than the native BB tag netcode. It's so crazy how far we've come.
Oh
Where it's just like,
yeah.
yeah, that was actually a healthy alternative was to play Parsec in comparison to what we had. And just like seeing Parsec now, I'm just like, dude, this is not good. Like,
Yeah. Like it was awkward for us as a commentary too because I believe what E30 had to do was he had to make an alt account, log in on his alt account on the Parsec computer, stream from his alt account to the Discord while he was still in the Discord, and we would go watch that while you had to like log in and out of the Parsec server just to make sure that everything was okay. And then when everything was okay, we go back into the Discord stream and then wait for them to like make sure everything is fine. And if things weren't fine, then we would just have to like wait, God, Parsec era. Parsec era was an experience.
dude, playing in the Parsec era, commentating in the Parsec era, and tournament organizing in the Parsec era, I've had experiences with all 3, and all 3 of them are very, very funny experiences. Um, Playing is super funny. Like if you like join, you join the lobby. And you like highlight over your opponent, and that shit says like 70 ms. You're like, what the hell? Hell no! I'll just play you on the fucking fuck Parsec. I'll just play you on PC tag or PS4 tag at this point. This shit is ass. It comes up with the yellow numbers. It's like, oh hell no, bro. This match must be ass. Like,
Oh my god, it's one of those things that even though it didn't necessarily last the longest period of time, it sticks out for me so much just for how cursed it was.
just to get a crumb of playable online BB tag in an era
uh
where the netcode sucks and offline doesn't exist.
y-
It was a time.
yeah, it was very much a special set of circumstances. It's like I can thankfully say like for the most part we are we are past that era and probably will never go back to it unless something really weird happens.
Or if
Um,
you play Soul Calibur
or
6.
or
I'm sorry.
hey,
I'm sorry. Shout out to Soul Calibur 6 at WNF. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It had to be. They still live in those times. It's crazy.
they really do be, huh? Oh God, but yeah, like I thankfully said like there wasn't any differences fundamentally we had to make when we actually got to commentate the games while they were on Parsec, but the whole like you want to talk about dead time
Yes.
for commentary? Oh boy, the Parsec era had a lot of that.
Yeah, it would take for, especially like, and I mean, this is no shade on anybody. It was such a unique time. It's such a unique format to get used to. But like when somebody was entering Parsec for the first time and they're like not familiar with how it works, and especially if like, if they're gonna go far in the tournament or whatever, like getting used to the player experience of Parsec and having to be walked through it, and like as you said, the downtime was real. So
Yeah, like I Parsec has a fair share of issues. Like we would have like 20, like 25-minute long just things of someone's controller isn't working and they have to like restart their
oh my
PC and
god.
then reinstall Parsec. It was just like crazy shenanigans like that, and just like us sitting here as commentators. Sometimes we can't even talk about anything because the tournament hasn't even started yet. The problem is start from the get-go.
Dude, you had to like unplug your controller, replug it back in. It's like, all right, wiggle the stick. Is it detected? Oh my god. Okay, let me go to the devices. Oh man, there it is. Okay, let me try to. Okay, now try wiggling it now. Oh crap, you're player one. Okay, hold on. Yeah, let's get you on the player two side. Like, oh my god, man. Oh,
Oh my god, too. Just like, uh I think that's like the time period where I had to learn how to fill in dead time the most because the quote unquote Josuke era I was still learning and like um getting used to things, so I didn't really have time to like develop those dead time skills alongside of just learning how to commentate in general. But when that Parsec era hit, it was the real test of my patience as a commentary and my ability to be able to yap while nothing is going on.
100%, man. 100%.
Oh god, just yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have much more to say about that Parsec era outside of just like what a unique experience to have a format that's like that. Basically, play it on a third party like quote unquote. It's not really a server like like a BBTAG server per se, but like a server to play BBTAG on, and like you served us well, but rest easy, Parsec. Right? We don't miss you.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
All right. Can you believe we've been yapping for almost 3.5 hours, by the way?
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Yeah, we like um we I don't know. I was expecting this to go on for a while, but like honestly, I think we've covered most of everything that I wanted to cover for this podcast. You have anything in specific you want to talk about?
There is a um there is something I actually wanted to bring up. Maybe just like one more topic. I don't know how long it would take, but
Mhm.
um, you've been doing. You've expounded on this a little bit. As far as like your reasoning for wanting to do the Orie guide, and just helping out the scene more, and like what's driving you to like you know put yourself out there more in terms of like content. I know that there's been like a uh podcast centered around commentary, but um I would say for myself, commentary has made me approach fighting games differently and has made me grow as a person in a lot of different ways. And I think that commentary has also been a direct uh, pipeline for me to get into content creation. Um, so I wanted to ask, like, what's been the greater motivating force around you doing more content recently? Because like this the sixth episode of the Loncast, right? You've been putting more of these um, out and just like making more content documenting your adventures, looking at like DHC starters and stuff. So, because I definitely have like my sentiments and some things I want to share with people that I think would be really cool to go over. But I'm really curious about like your recent dive into this as well? Because you've always been like putting up content, but I've noticed that you've been doing it a lot more lately.
Yeah, let's see. Where to really start with this? I think for where I gotta start, I gotta maybe start talk about where it almost ended. Um
Okay.
because I'm not gonna lie, like when the pandemic was over, I almost dropped BBTAG, like straight
Hmm.
up. Uh I had a long period of time where I wasn't motivated to play. I wasn't motivated to really improve at the game. I even lost good amount of motivation to do commentary. I remember feeling really burnt out at the time, and I'm gonna quickly like look at my channel real quick just for some dates. But like in the meantime, like I remember being in kind of that slump when it came to BB Tag, and I due to a handful of like personal reasons as well as like some just some like internal motivational reasons, like I really just like didn't feel as um inspired by playing BB Tag, and one of the aspects of it was this might get a little sappy. I have to warn you, but
That's fine.
like one of my motivations to really learn tag was to be kind of a respected player. Like kind of the unfortunate reality when I coming fresh out of high school is I very much had a result centered kind of orientation to my mindset. So when it came to wanting to improve at tag, I was really feeling like I was falling very short because I'm sure this is something that anyone can relate with when it comes to stagnating with anything they're learning with. But I hit that plateau, and it really hit me hard because pandemic was getting over. I needed to figure out what the hell to do with my life because I unfortunately like the uh first two like periods where I was supposed to be in college, I really couldn't because of the pandemic. So I had a lot of like like to put a long story short, I was in a bad place in my life, and like BB Tag wasn't helping me. So when I hit that period of like, okay, it's time to maybe move on, like I really had that stump for like a year, and then I think at some point when I finally got back into the groove of getting like school stuff and like my work life kind of balance, or I guess more accurate to say like school life balance into gear, I was like I had a lot of ideas to really really share with people, and I kind of realized with this exploratory experiment that like even though I think I've and I know like there's always the saying you can never put yourself down, but like I've kind of passed that point where like I can become like this super like quote unquote top player. I realized like I'm still a very knowledgeable person. Like as much as like people have like gone past and improved as I've gotten, like really haven't played the game in a while, and I still don't play the game that much. In all honesty, I still view myself as a knowledgeable person, and I would just really enjoy sharing that knowledge with people. So that's what really resparked my interest in content creation because this was a relatively stress-free way for me to still engage with BB tag, because in all honesty like joining tournaments and stuff is really stressful for me as is now, because like I get that like old man kind of like feel of like, oh, I used to be so much better, now I'm old and like my reaction time sucks. It's like, oh, like I don't feel as great. But with content creation and making videos and making guides, I'm able to use that knowledge I built up over these crazy 5 years of my freaking life, that of just absorbing the information in the game and just teaching it to people. Like I do view myself as being somebody that can do that. And when I got back to making those stuff like the Loncast and like got re-inspired to make guides, I really hit that stride. I felt genuinely inspired with BBTAG again because like I said, I was really close to dropping it and to kind of just put that life behind me and just get with my life. But whether or not it's a toxic relationship or not, I found a way to come back home basically.
That's beautiful. Like and it's also really interesting to hear you um, lay it out that way because there's some I don't want to say parallels, but definitely some similarities in how we've found ourselves getting into content creation as of late. Because I've been playing BB Tag since launch, so like um, of course, like as I mentioned earlier, the more grounded forms of learning that I've had with the game. I've been within the pandemic era as I was getting more into commentary and learning more about like why things work the way they do and how characters work and things of that sort. But anyways, yeah, like I was pretty deep into PB tag. I would say between the years of 2018 and 2022. 2023, a few things happened. Like I started one getting really busy with tournament organizing. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, in terms of like the online tournaments that we were hosting with Plus Frame GG and the offline tournaments we were hosting between our monthlies and the regionals and trying to build the brands of like all the different tournaments that we host and um all of that stuff was just taking up like a ton of my time. And then also new games were coming out. I was very invested in Street Fighter 6 initially. I thought I was going to be very invested in Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising when it initially came out. And the Idol Showdown arc is just like when I say that Idol Showdown consumed a year of my life, I really do mean it. Like Idol Showdown legitimately consumed a year of my life of trying to become like the best in that game. That I don't like in retrospect, like I don't regret it, and like it definitely I learned a lot of things from it. Um, in retrospect, every now and then I will think like, why, why did I do that? But then I also come away with thinking of all the good times that I had and all the great people that I met as a result of doing that. It's like, you know, it was worth it. But that was the thing that game consumed the year, and so like in that time frame of like late 2022 and basically like the entirety of 2023 and even like a good chunk of 2024, to be honest with you, I was actually kind of disconnected from the BB community.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like I was not. If you look at my message history in Intertwining Fates, like between this time frame, it's so funny. Like for the time span of like a year and a half, maybe have like 15 messages. I just like wasn't embedded in the scene like at all. But you know, I've always loved this game, and like I kind of said at the top of the broadcast, it's like it's one of my favorite video games, just period. Like, it's obviously one of my favorite fighting games, but even just expanding it on the video games, it's one of my favorite video games.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think like coming back into the scene full form basically last year once my Idol Showdown arc ended. I started playing again, I started commentating again, I started getting back embedded with the scene again, and I started just like looking looking at the scene and seeing how much things have changed and like seeing the perception of like the game. Um and I remember, I mean, it was like around this time last year, maybe a little bit closer like September or October last year. I don't know. I was really annoyed with the perception of BB tag is the best way that I could put it.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the scene, of just like, you know, you would search BB tag on YouTube and the things that would come up are just like either like really outdated, not bad or good, just like outdated content about the game. or anything that's been made within like the past like 2 years about the game are just like pretty like negative content.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, definitely.
yeah, and I was just like, dude, this sucks. Like, this really sucks that like when people look up this game on YouTube for whatever reason, if somebody like were to look it up, or like if anything passes over anybody's algorithm or their feed, or like if there's any discourse or like any talk about this game, it's always presented in such a negative light. And I'm just like, I just don't see the game that way. And so it really affected me. I didn't really know what to do about it. Until I was just like, bro, fuck it. I want to change the narrative. So like,
Hmm.
that inspired me to make the beautiful and bright BBTAG community video that I did last year. That I'm glad that I did it. In retrospect, it is a bit lengthy, and I wish I could have like uh formatted it in a couple of different ways to make it more digestible. But it did decently well. You know, hindsight is always 2020, and I feel like the greatest uh uh how do I want to say this? One of the greatest marks of like a good content creator is never being fully satisfied with what you release.
Definitely. I'll have something to touch up on that a little bit later, but like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just like, got that video out there. It ended up doing like whatever it did. It was like a great video. And then yeah, I like ended up making a couple of other videos and just like kind of moving along, but not ultimately knowing like what I wanted to offer beyond that. I was like, okay, like I did that. It's just like what next? So I tried like a whole bunch of different things, and I started kind of even getting like frustrated with the process in a sense, because just like very very negative mentality of just like, how do I make content for a dead game, bro? Like I don't know what to do. Like um and this is such a random jump off point and such a random point of inspiration. Um oh, I've actually skipped. Well, this jump off point reminds me of another point of inspiration that I had for wanting to bring a more positive light to BB Tag, was actually going to Japan last year.
Hmm.
And just like being around their scene and just like being able to like enjoy BB Tag with like that many people who are like still dedicated to the game, and just like seeing just like the community that they have built around it is like, is also not the biggest scene, but I think just like their attitude around it, even through language barriers and all, was just like super infectious to me. And I was just like, man, I would love to like spread this energy of how cool this game is with like everybody. So I think that's really pivotal and key to mention here as well.
Hmm.
um but what reminded me about Japan in the first place was this point of inspiration that has been fueling my content ever since. This is so fucking random, but Evo Japan this year for Street Fighter 6 was won by Mina RD, right? So
Hmm.
Mina RD is an astounding like fighting game player, right? And obviously astounding like Street Fighter player. Street Fighter 6 is such an impacted game that like, for some reason, the way it's working out right now, like take like the top 300 Street Fighter 6 players in the world.
Hmm.
Um, and there's a couple of things that you could denote out of those top 300 players. One, at any given time, any of them can win a tournament, and whoever makes top 8 is a total fucking crapshoot. There's barely any consistency. And
God.
two, 66% of those top 300 players live in Japan. Right? That's just how the genetic makeup of that game works.
Hmm.
Um, so saying that to say that like Street Fighter 6 is like super stacked, um, and Japan is like the hardest region. And so like MinRID had won like Evo Japan last year, but ever since then had not really had like too much success to his standards since then. And so like the prospect of winning Evo Japan again seemed like impossible if you take into context what I just said. But he did it again, right? After not having like too much success immediately after winning last year. And for Evo Japan, they only started recently doing this for Evo Vegas, which is weird. It's something they should have done like all along. That's a completely different story. But for specifically Evo Japan, they always let the person who wins like make a speech. Um, and in Mina RD's speech, he was kind of briefly overviewing his journey, and he said this quote that was like, I can't remember what it was exactly, but it was like you don't have to like stop believing in yourself, and in this crazy life, it's always healthy to have a little bit of delusion. Um, and I don't know why that hit me so hard. I was just like, bro, like I just gotta be delusional and just like pretend that BBTAG is like the most popular game ever, and that it's like I should just give my full attention to it. Like I was just like just simply like I think this shit is the best shit in the world. I should just like simply like treat it like it is the best shit in the world and is a hot topic, and it's just like give my all to it. Um, and so EVO Japan happened in like April, and a couple of weeks after, I made the flowchart video.
Mm-hmm.
And that has just been a constant stream of just ideas after ideas uh, ever since. And that's really the kind of mindset and framework of what I've been working on. It's just like, I love this game. I think this game is great. And I want to share with as many people as possible the things I've learned and things that I've come to learn about this game and what makes it so great. I just want to share it with as many people as possible. And it's with a very different mindset of like, you asked about commentary pet peeves. I actually just have a personal pet peeve
Mm-hmm.
as it relates to society nowadays. I hate this is gonna sound like such a shitty thing too, and I'm sorry that this comes off so shitty. It makes me sound like a terrible person, but it's just how I feel. I hate statements that are play X or watch Y or listen to Z, right? Where somebody just like says like play this thing or watch this thing or listen to this thing, and they just have that as like an isolated statement and don't say like why or
Mm-hmm.
like tell me like why specifically I should like care. Um sounds so bad. But like the reason being is that like there's so much media and like so many things out there in life nowadays. We are literally fucking saturated with so many games, so many movies, so many shows, so many animes, so much music, more than we ever have in the history of the universe. We have all this media, all this content to consume. Um so it's just like if there's something out there that like can use my attention, I would love to know why that is the case or what makes that thing so special.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of what annoys me is about play X or watch Y or listen to Z mentality is that we've been accustomed in this current generation to have the reasoning be because it's peak. And that shit annoys the shit out of me, bro. I hate that shit so much. It's just like
Yeah.
um so yeah, that has been a big driving force around my content is not telling people to play BBTAG, right? Not saying that you need to hop on BBTAG because it's peak, or not like saying that it's just like, why are you playing that game that is dookie when you could be playing this game that is the shit? Like that is not like my ideology or driving force around my content at all. I simply just want to show people why I think this game is cool. That's it. Like that's literally
Yeah.
like the driving form of it all. So, um, it's been fun, man. It's been very infectious, a little bit addicting, maybe an unhealthy addiction in some cases. I have put in the most amount of hours in BB Tag in this year by far, maybe ever before in any comparison of year in my life. And I'm not even playing the fucking game. I'm just creating content. Like in terms of like the amount of hours I put in playing BB Tag matches this year, I think it's like less than 15 hours of like playing matches, but in terms of like the amount of time I put in of like having the game on and creating content, it's like hundreds and hundreds of hours. Or just consuming BB Tag of like watching VODs and reading guides from 6 years ago from somebody that's not even like seen any. It's been that's an entirely different conversation in itself. But This shit's awesome. And just saying that to say that, like, I really resonate with the things that you're saying of like why you're doing this. Of just like you know you love this game, you love the scene, and wanting to impart that wisdom onto people after like being consumed with something for so long and just doing it from a different point of view and having some time away. Of course, our reasons are completely different, but that's uh that's what I'm trying to bring to this game, and I'm learning day by day as I take on this challenge. You know.
Yeah. Like I really resonate with you about like not just wanting to shill this game. In fact, like I don't really shill this game to anybody. Like I don't tell people to play it that often because I'll be honest, you know, I have my problems with this games and I have my pain points with it as I'm sure you do, right? But
Yeah.
when it comes to home, right? When it comes to like BB tag, despite all the problems that I have with it, despite all the things that I like do and especially don't like about it, at the end of the day, like this community has kind of cemented itself as just like this homebody that I can always rely on and go back. Is it perfect? No. Do the pipe need fix? Has the plumber not come in 5 years? Absolutely. Does BZO haunt my dreams? 100%. Like those things, you know, I don't, you know, like objectively speaking, I think they're problems with the game, but at the end of the day, you know, um there are things that are a part of my home and there's things that I've come to accept, and in spite of all that, I still really appreciate what this game has to offer. Not like um not like in spite of its flaws, but like in some ways maybe even because of how wacky and like goofy and built together with like duct tape and glue some of these freaking interactions are. It's just like something about just the chaotic nature of everything not being so perfect and not being so like I this is something especially nowadays that even a lot of unfortunate modern fighting games are suffering from, so unlike corporatized, because this was the era like okay I'm gonna sound like a freaking cynical boomer right here, but like this was like before the era really before Arxis became like popular with stuff like Strive, right, where
Yeah.
they didn't have an incentive to corporatize the game and really just were like, yeah, all this wacky ass things. Yeah, sure. BZO is fine to put in a tag game. Sure.
Yeah.
Look, like our Akune, yeah, that's a character. We can put him in CF. Freaking like freaking just like all those wacky balance decisions were made with love, and I can tell that despite all the horrible balancing decisions the BBTAG um team made coming into 2.0, I could tell that there was some thought and appreciation put into maybe not the balance of the game, but into the soul of the game. And that's why I think despite all the flaws that and all the complaints that I have with BB Tag and some of the mechanics I don't like and some of the characters I don't like, why I have still stuck with this game for so long.
Yes. Yes. 100%. And that's why I like don't. I think I also am with you that I actually don't like recommend like people hopping on BB tag that often unless like they show interest. Like if you're interested, then like yeah, of course I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, hop on, blah blah blah, like whatever. Like, but like in terms of just like being a, I'll say when the game is on sale, right? Because that's just like opening up the opportunity of just like, hey, if you want to get in, now is a great time. But yeah, BB tag is like not peak. Like, this game has a lot of fucking flaws. That's not what I'm trying to ship this as. It's like it's a perfect game. Um, so that's why I get so annoyed with like the play X mentality. But like showcasing showcasing why we love the game and what makes it the game through all its flaws and through all its imperfections and through all the things that it gets right and why it's so fun and why we love it. That is what I care about, man. That is the shit that really matters. And it has been a really eye-opening experience because I've been on this content creation train for about like 6 months. And I've had people approach me about my content, and these are people that have like 0 hours in BBTAG.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, "Hey, man, I love your content," and just learning about how fucked up that game is. Like, I would never play it, but like, it's just so funny to hear you like talk about how fucked up that game is. I'm just like, dude, that's really all that matters, man. Like, I'm really not like trying to get people to like quote unquote hop on BB tag. I just really want people to like engage with it, understand it, and those players that like even if they're never gonna hop on, if the game like pop like is being played at a tournament and like it's on, they may want to watch it now because they
Mm-hmm.
know like what's happening or how it works. Again, they don't want to fucking play it, but they've heard about how Adachi BZO works. They know how B Tatsu and Blockables work, and they think that shit is funny. So I find it ever more important to like educate people, and I guess the ultimate reason of like why I wanted to bring this up is to just like a message to like anybody that like similar to commentary of like a just have a go out and do it mentality. I would say with content, um if you're thinking about creating content for like for really anything, but like we'll keep it beauty tech centric, just like also go out and do it. um it's a similar thing of like there's plenty of room for growth, and like if whatever you're trying to do with the content ultimately, like I'm not trying to be like the Mr. Beast of BB tag or some shit. I'm just doing this shit because like I think it's dope. Obviously I care about like analytics and like things to some sort, and I'm trying to like garner an audience to some extent. It'd be foolish for me to say that I'm not, but um yeah, I think if you like have an idea, or like if you want to create content or just want to get that like some messaging about this game out there, it should really be done, and you should
Mm-hmm.
not be limited by any stupid disqualifying circumstances of like, why should I make content for a dead game? Because I definitely have felt that in the past, or anything like that. It's just it's it's worth it.
Yeah, definitely. And I really resonate with that mentality because I like just going back at my upload history, the first official episode of the Loncast was uploaded in July of 2022, and episode 2 came out January 6th, 2025. And like
Hell yeah.
and the reason why I had such a down period of it is like I had a really good idea and I just really struggled to find the motivation to make more of it. I had ideas, I had concepts, and I had stuff going down, but when I actually got to it, it's like I had so many doubts about like, I don't think it came out so well, and I really, I like, just another personal thing is like I really suffer from some form of perfectionism. So when I finally got down and the start of 2025 happened, I just sat in my chair and was like, frick it, I'm gonna record the second episode of the Longcast.
Hmm.
Um, and I don't think I explained this in the video. There was some construction going on right next to my house, and you can definitely hear it.
That's beautiful.
And I knew in my heart of hearts, if I didn't sit down, get this entire thing done in one day, I would never make an episode of the Longcast ever again. through through the through the just through the freaking like jackhammer sounds that you can faintly hear in the background, like people like mining rocks in the floor and all that type of stuff. I recorded that freaking episode of the Longcast, and I'm I'm happy I did because hell, I've gotten one, two, three, what is it, one, two, three, four, and then this will be the fifth episode of the long cast as soon as it comes out, just in this year. And I still at least have one more video I'd like to get out before the end of this year here. So like at some point I was just like I embraced just how scuffed my content ended up being because I don't know, something with my brain is just like it's naturally inclined to scuff. I mean, you see my thumbnails, like what the hell's going on with them? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my thumbnails, but I just embrace that type of stuff, and I just embrace that just do that thing you love to do because you love to do it type of mentality. And my cursed thumbnails, my like scuffed formatting for a lot of these things, these like low edited type of videos have really helped me, inspire me. And now that I've really got that foot, I've done highly edited videos. I've done like combo compilations. I've experimented with a new style of content creation, which is these like um commentated like experiment like descriptions and like combo showcases too. So like just because I sat down that one day while the goddamn construction was going out outside inspired me to do all of this. And I hope just hear like whoever's gone through, like, by the way, if you sat through the entire almost 4 hour long podcast, shout out to you if you got into
Yeah,
this
thank
point.
you.
Like,
Seriously.
but like if you're hearing this and you want to make content, like genuinely just like download whatever programs you need to. Doesn't even have to be a good quality mic, or if you don't even want to talk at all, there's free video editing software programs out there. Like, just do it, get your idea out. If it's crap, it's crap, but you can't know if it is until you make it.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you mentioned the scuffed thing, and I won't go on too big of a tangent here, but my videos are also quite scuffed. Not all of them. Some of them do have some layers of production to them, but what's hilarious is that like my most popular videos are the most scuffed ones, and it makes me so mad every single time. So before 6 months ago, the most popular video on my channel was the BBTAG guide to every character. It's the meme video that's like 3 minutes long, where it's just like it goes through every character. It just like shows one thing, like it starts and it's like Ragna, and it's just him doing like 5A, or it's like Jin, and it's just him doing Toga. Like that's the video, and I remember making that video, and that video took like an hour to make. In fact, that video was so low effort that like I initially made it for a tweet, and it was like a short version, and I was just like, dude, I kind of want to do this for every character. So I like did it for every character, uploaded it to YouTube, got addicted to Idol Showdown, and didn't pay attention to BB Tag or my YouTube channel forever. Came back into like getting into BB Tag, took a look at it, and I was like, why the fuck does this have like 3,000 views? Like, I had no idea. I'm just like, where did this get so? What happened? Like, uh, so that was previously my most viewed video. My most viewed video now is the flowchart, which I like the in, the entirety the entirety of this video is made in the free version of Canva. The
Oh
entirety
god.
of it is just the free version of Canva utilizing the free tools. I just placed all the little boxes and the images into the free version of Canva. The whole entire video is done in one take, by the way. I just turned on OBS and I'm just riffing. Like, I had a little bit of an ideology of a script, but I'm actually just riffing in one take, going through the flowchart video because it's just for fucking memes. And the thumbnail itself is from Canva as well. I just zoomed out, I blurred it, and I just put like two. Like, it's the most low effort fucking video ever. Um, so yeah, that's just to really reemphasize the fact that like not everything has to be this like super high production, high like anything. If you have like a great idea, and if you're really passionate about this game, and again, if you, as Lon said, if you've listened to this entire like podcast for hours, then thank you. But um, yeah, like passion. That's one thing I've learned. Passion and just like having your heart in the right place and like giving your best foot forward in content will make up for scuff and will make the scuff charming to some extent. So it's not really something that you have to worry about. If you're a real big production person, I get it, but like don't let it limit you from making content. You really do just have to get out there and just try things because you never know.
Yeah. And, just to bring it back to all the commentary, it very much like applies to that aspect too. I mean, we've already said it. Just go out, go do it. It really just applies to everything in life. And yeah, it's a great mentality to have, just to brush aside the perfectionism. Not that you shouldn't put like effort into projects that you want to be proud of or anything, but like sometimes the flaws are what make your content charming.
Mm, I agree.
But yeah, I'll ask again. I think in terms of everything I wanted to cover, they have been discussed. Do you have anything else you want to discuss, or shall we move on to maybe some closing statements?
Yeah, no, that was I definitely wanted to make sure to ask about content, but otherwise, I think this is a good. I think 4 hours in is pretty good, pretty short podcast, but like I get to hear that's fine.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a long cast if it wasn't like almost unbearably long for some people. Like, that's part of the scuff. It's just like genuinely, I guess I'm not talking about content, but a lot of these ideas I think are gonna talk. Where like I gave Atkins a a little bit of a itinerary of what we wanted to do, and in my head it's like we would just go by one, but like we ended up, thankfully I think, incorporating it in a lot more natural way. Um, but like genuinely, every long cast in script is 2 hours long, and they always end up being 4 hours. That's just part of it. I don't know. As evident of us both being commentators, we just both really like to yap.
That's just how it goes. That is
Yeah.
truly just how it goes.
Yeah, and just like I don't know, the long cast is my way to express my own thoughts as well as a expert in whatever field as I would like to discuss, to just talk about whatever I would like to. But yeah, we are actually about to hit that 4 hour mark. But I think Atkins, do you want to show yourself here, or like just tell the audience of anything that they should know, they should look out for?
Sure, yeah. Hello, I'm CrakinAtkins, if you haven't been able to tell that by now. I feel like since this has gone on for 4 hours, and if somebody's like really listening to this, I feel inclined to like um share more than I would usually do in segments like this. Because in like closing segments with WNF, I'm just like I'm a guy, bye. But to really give like a full-fledged answer, so like as I just mentioned, I've been doing a ton of content lately on YouTube, have a couple of ideas that I'm trying to get out there. Just taking a little bit of maybe a well deserved or maybe not well deserved, I don't know, break just a tiny bit. Because the most recent endeavors I did with the BBTAG team was definitely taxing, but a lot of fun in the process. I enjoyed a lot of it. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, I just released a long form video of the three best teams for every BB character. That was a compilation of a bunch of short forms, YouTube short videos that I did of the best BB partners for every character in the game. So if that interests you, if you want to know where your character stands, you now have a multitude of ways to access that content. It could be done through YouTube Shorts, it could be done through the long form video, it could be done through Twitter. Um, it's everywhere. This is just truly just carrying on that ideology of sharing why this game is so great to as many people as possible. So um, that's what I've been consuming with lately on YouTube. Again, I have some more ideas coming. Streaming is returning to the CrakinAtkins platform very soon on Twitch, except I really mean it this time. I have so many stream ideas, some really exciting stuff. I'm just on this real wave of creativity at the moment, and there are some things that I am really looking forward to very, very soon that I haven't been able to start because I've been too busy with this damn team thing. um, but be on the lookout. I would. It's kind of like the holiday season, so it's a little odd. But I would say early 2026. I definitely have some things on the horizon. Even before the end of this year, I have some things on the horizon. And as I said, with this being 4 hours in, I think I'm even actually willing to like leak some stuff. So there is the thing that people already know, because like it's a tradition at this point. The Secret Santa tournaments are going to be happening for PS4 and PC. Trying to establish a date, but yeah, BBTech community, get hyped for that because last year was really a lot of fun. For people that don't know what that is, it's like you enter a tournament as a solo person, and then you're assigned a random partner to play a team tournament with. Uh, I had never seen a format like that. I had a cursed idea last year, and we did it for PS4 and PC last year, and it was so fun. So I think it's just a yearly tradition now that I'm going to host that. So that's coming sometime in December. Be on the lookout. I'm also hosting a Jeopardy event for the WNF crew that Lon will be a part of.
Yeah.
Uh, it'll be Lawn, Master Chief, and E30. I have constructed a game of Jeopardy based around WNF trivia. That should be really, really, really fun. I have to actually get in contact with them soon to solidify a date for that because it's probably going to be happening pretty soon. But yeah, be on the lookout for that. That's going to be super fun. There's also what I'm titling the worst BBTAG tournament of all time is an event that I'm going to be hosting. It was supposed to be this year. I think at this point I am going to have to push it to like early January, potentially February. But that I will not explain. Just be on the lookout for it and enter if you'd like.
Or if you dare at that point.
Yeah, if you dare. Um, and yeah, just some really, really exciting content ideas that I can't wait to get to that are going to relate to streaming on YouTube, centered around BB Tag, which is really exciting. I think that's all I'm willing to leak for now, but it's a beautiful time. And yeah, I commentate sometimes, I guess.
That might be the reason why I got you on, maybe.
Indeed, indeed. So I wanted to put it also open out there of like I'm a very open person. So if you want to DM me, I have helped so many people in the past as it relates to commentary critique or trying to get certain positions, especially this is more like in the offline realm, definitely within the online realm as well. Of if people need like advice or want to go over VODs or have me listening to VODs and like give my thoughts on that. I'm so open in that. So open to doing that for commentary. I'm also open to doing that for play. I've done that for a couple of players. Or if you just want to like say what's up, like that's also fine. So I think that's all. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I you get a part of me on Twitter. You get corporate me on Twitter. You get actual me on Blue Sky. Um, and yeah, that's it. That's it.
All right, all right. Yeah, I'll make sure to link Atkins, YouTube, Twitch, social medias as desired in the description down below in case you are. I'm actually curious about the population of my viewers that watch my content but like don't know who you are.
That
If
would be very interesting if that is like a thing.
like in all honesty, my channel is significantly smaller than yours, and we both cover BB tech. So with how niche and smaller community is, I'd be surprised if there would be someone that knows my content but doesn't know you. But like, hey, if you exist out there, let me know. I'm actually curious about that.
I'm also very curious.
And not only that, has gotten to this point of the video where they've heard us ask the question. That's a lot of
Yes.
barriers. I don't think like as soon as this video is released, I don't know if that'll apply to a single person, but we'll see. Like maybe they exist, but
Maybe.
yeah. The Loncast, of course, will still be production in the future, though I would like to actually do a open, not really an invitation, but an open letter to anyone uh who has watched this far. Clearly, I think you're interested enough in my content. Uh, but yeah, I'm curious. What would you guys like me to talk about in the future? Obviously, I am mostly centered around, in terms of characters, like Ore and Yukiko, but like I'm open to discussing other characters. I've actually thought about doing a long cast style where actually I'm a bit of a student when it comes to learning a specific character. Like there's a couple of characters in mind, not necessarily like very weird or awkward characters, but like characters I personally don't know how to how to play or don't really understand or don't know, or of course because I don't play them, don't understand the nuances. And just having somebody that I know from the community on board on this long cast just to talk about their characters and have me kind of be in that student role. I don't know if that like maybe that'll be a new series, or maybe that'll still be a Loncast. I don't know, but if you know a person that you think that I would work well with, I will put a stipulation that like I'll probably have to know them relatively well. But like still, if you know anybody like that, like feel free to talk about it. But if you have like a topic discussion you just want me and maybe somebody else to the app with, like feel free to leave like a comment or just let me know about certain things. Like not to say that I've run out of ideas for the long cast, but in terms of like, there's only so many things I can talk about with Ori and Yukiko. um, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be BB tag related to, um, but yeah, that is a open letter to anyone that is interested in giving that that type of suggestion. Otherwise, more content will be produced in the future. I do have a guide in the works right now that I've been kind of on and off with working in general, and I promise it'll actually be useful this time. It is a character-centric guide, which I think probably gives it away, but if you're still left guessing, you'll have to wait for that to come out hopefully in the future. Probably in the next month ideally. But yeah, this has been Loncast episode 6, the art of Yapology, with my special guest CrakinAtkins, and I think it is time to end things off here. It's been a wonderful opportunity to commentate with you, Atkins, and I'm sure this won't be the last time I will yap with you.
Surely not. And I'm a terrible guest. One other thing that I should say before we close out here: thanks for having me. Like, thanks for having me on your platform. It's been fun. It's been 4 hours, but at the same time, it hasn't felt like it's been 4 hours. And, that just it is what it is. But no, thanks for having me on. This was really fun. I'd be happy to come on again for any whatever if the opportunity calls for me to come on. So
Yeah, anytime. The long cast is most certainly welcome to you. But yeah, I last time I had E30 ended off, and he always does his thing. But Atkins, do you have a special send off? Do you have this? Do you have any secret tech? I don't know how to end off this video.
no, that's maybe one of the big not to end off on a tangent, but like that is one thing I got from when I started making content. Is a friend of mine was just like, "Why does your video just kind of end?" I'm like, I'm terrible at ending. Uh, you know what? All right, yeah. Thanks for listening. You should have turned this off probably seconds ago, but if you haven't, this is officially the end. Stay tuned for more content. Like,
Yes.
comment, subscribe, and goodbye.
All right. See, catch you gamers later. It's been a very good night.